Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Mutty Perkins.
Morning, everybody. Morning and welcome once again to Perkins Online. A lot of things in the news this morning, a lot of little bits and pieces. Lovely picture on the front page of, which paper is it? The Gleaner? The Observer, of Sister P with the President of the United States. Both of them looking, you know, I'm just wondering whether she sort of hugged and kissed him a few times. In which event, you know, when she comes back to Jamaica and she gets on the telephone and she says, Bushy boy, you know who this is calling? He said, but how could I ever have forgotten those wonderful hugs and kisses? She said, Bushy boy, I have a bit of a problem, you know. I need about $5 billion. She says, oh, Portia, that's not a problem, man. I have it down to you by courier in 24 hours. You remember that statement that she made, how she was going around the world to meet leaders so that when she called them and told them about her, you know, they would know and respond to her in a certain ways. Well, I think Mr. Bush, I hope that she has worked that one on Mr. Bush. Don't know how well it is going to work, but, you know. Anyway, she has been talking about the conditions. There's a story in the Observer here this morning that has her saying that in many of our Caribbean societies, poverty is what the hell is this? Oh, I see. In many of our Caribbean countries, poverty is fueling persistent crime and violence. The CARICOM region does not manufacture guns. Yet, we are flooded with guns and ammunition, which worsens our situation of crime and violence, she said. Well, the Caribbean region does not manufacture car. Yet Jamaica is flooded with car, right? So if they get car because people want car, and we are getting in guns because people want guns. Now the thing to do is not to be up there sort of talking about guns. It is to do something about what it is that is making people want guns. And she talks about poverty. I find it very interesting, you know, that she's leader of a government that has been in office for 18 years. And at the end of 18 years, she is up in Washington talking about poverty. Poverty leading to crime and violence. And guns and bullets coming in and killing people. And I was reflecting last night. I saw an item on television with a woman weeping her eyes out. And it struck me that every single night when the television pictures come on, what you are seeing is one hell of a lot of grieving people. You know, I don't know. I don't know if our leaders are not watching these things and seeing what is going on. But, and whether they don't think that they need to have, you know, I don't know. Anyway, there's an interesting item coming out of Grenada. You know that the Privy Council heard the case of these 17 men who were locked up for the murder of Mr. Bishop, the then Prime Minister of Grenada. Well, yesterday the case was stopped. No? Apparently what happened is that a person has come forward. I think he's a lawyer. He's a Barbadian, and he has come forward with he was abroad, has returned to the Caribbean, and wrote a letter. Well, that letter has now been turned into, he has sworn an affidavit, saying that the judge who was appointed to hear the case, well, let's read from the affidavit and just provide some information as to what it is that is happening.
It seems to have been filed yesterday, Mr. Perkins, the 20th of the 6th, 2007, in the Supreme Court of Grenada and the West Indies, Associated States.
Read up, speak
High
up.
Court of Justice, criminal. In the matter of the resentencing of Bernard Cord et al. Affidavit. I, Nelson Lewison of Concord, St. John, businessman, do make oath and say as follows.
Did he say what he was?
Businessman.
Oh, a businessman, yes.
Do make oath and say as follows. I'm a businessman and former member of the now defunct New Jewel movement, of which Maurice Bishop was the leader. The New Jewel movement seized power in Grenada on March 13, 1979, after the overthrow of the government of the late Eric Matthew Gary. After the overthrow of the Gary government, Maurice Bishop became Prime Minister of Grenada and Bernard Cord was his deputy. This government came to be known as the People's Revolutionary Government. I served as a senior member of the New Jewel movement and also head of the International Relations Department of the Ministry of National Mobilization. By reason of my office, I was engaged with several high-level individuals locally, regionally, and internationally who supported the revolutionary government. Francis Bell, who now sits as a judge of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, was one of the persons whom I was closely associated with as part of my functions in the government and party, the New Jewel movement. Francis Bell was also closely associated with several of the persons who were convicted for the murder of Maurice Bishop and several of his colleagues, and subsequently became known as the Grenada 17. I know as a fact that Francis Bell was actively involved in arranging regional and international meetings and accommodations between the Grenada 17 and several senior political figures in the region. On June 20, 2007, I was shown a copy of a letter written by one Robert L. M. Clark, attorney at law in the jurisdiction of Barbados, dated June 11, 2007, addressed to the Chief Registrar of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court and copied to all Prime Ministers of the OECs. I can confirm that the contents of the said letter are true and correct and directly support my recollection of the connection between Francis Bell and the convicted persons appearing before him for resentencing. A copy of the letter is attached and marked NL1.
Okay. And you have a copy of the letter there, have you?
I think so, yes.
Yes. What does it say?
At the time of the murder of Maurice Bishop, this is the letter. Jacqueline Creft, Eunice Whiteman, Mr. Bain and others, there was no condemnation by the movement in Barbados in which Mr. Francis Bell was involved. Up to the present date, all members of the movement maintain a pro-Bernard Court position. This letter is written to you with the sole intention of justice being done transparently, and it is my view that Francis Bell should submit to you a letter withdrawing himself from the resentencing of Mr. Bernard Court and the others. I am sure you're aware that there are a number of judges not only in the Eastern Caribbean, but in the total CARICOM countries who are well qualified without any personal connection to the events in Grenada.
And that letter is written by Mr.
Robert L.M. Clark, Senior Counsel, Barbados.
And it's written to the Registrar of the Court in Grenada.
Chief Registrar.
Chief Registrar.
Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court.
All right, thank you very much. We have to take a break now. We'll come back in a moment.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15. This is a message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health center by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The program of advancement through health and education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish.
All right, you're looking to buy a car or a SUV?
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family with Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here. So the position as regards that case in Grenada is that it was halted yesterday And my understanding is that a decision is to be arrived at today as to whether it will continue under that judge who is now sitting. I don't know. There are also questions about how he came to be appointed to sit in that matter. All sorts of problems going on in the judiciary in the Caribbean. Down in Trinidad, they have the Chief Justice. It seems to me that is a case of persecution. The magistrate who created the problem in the first place by saying that he had sought to influence his decision in the Panday case. When the matter came up for trial before the criminal court, refused to testify. When he faced the likelihood of cross-examination. Amazing. And they're still after the Chief Justice. But then, what is being pointed out is the imperfections of our judiciary in the Caribbean. These are just a couple of examples, and one wonders whether we should want to rush, as some people do want to rush here, into the abandonment of the Privy Council that has served us well, and to go for a very uncertain Caribbean judiciary. Anyway, other matters. There is, first of all, a very sad case. And I think that is what that woman that I was talking about was weeping. She was the mother of that child who was crushed by a concrete utility pole stacked on the roadside. The claim is that children were playing and got the pole rolling. But, why should the poles have been put in such a way, stacked in such a way, that children playing with them could have had this outcome? And I hear people talking about they were talking last night about bringing an action against the public service company. And surely in a country like the United States, for example, that would be a certainty in the absence of an out-of-court settlement. But then in the United States, if a mother lost her child in this way, brought an action in the courts, and the court found in her favor, she'd probably be awarded something in the region of $20 million. Bring an action, a similar action, in Jamaica. What is she likely to be awarded after maybe about 5 or 6 years of the matter being in court? She's awarded $2 million. That would be a hell of a lot. $2 million Jamaican dollars. The life of a citizen in the United States is valued far more than the life of a citizen here in Jamaica is valued. An ordinary citizen, you know. On the other hand, I mean, you libel a leading politician, and you're likely to be, well, a jury awarded in one case, I think it was $80 million. Court cut it down to 37, but still, the jury that is composed of people, of the peers, you know, not, they awarded $80 million. They thought it was worth $80 million, libeling a politician. But what did Agana Barrett's mother receive? I think it was somewhere in the region of $2 million, no? 3 million, yes. What did Nicole Webb get for the shot in her back? You know, not a lot of money, not a high value placed on citizens. And it reminds me, you know, of that judgment made by that judge in Tanzania, in which he talked about the rights of the citizen do not derive from the law or the Constitution, but derives from his person. He acquired those rights at birth. They predate the state, the law, and the Constitution. And the law and the Constitution are only there to provide effective means of supporting, defending those rights that he has, that are natural. And nobody is born. If one person is born up in, you know, Jack's Hill or some such place, and another is born in Trenchtown, the man born in Jack's Hill has no greater rights than the man born in Trenchtown. Right? They are equal as citizens of this country. You know, that is something that we need to grasp and to take seriously. Because it undermines, when we talk about reforming the justice system, that means nothing in the absence of a change of mentality, a change of the way we think about justice and the value we put on other citizens. And the brutality that is waged against people in this country. There was another case of I don't know what the facts are, but people are demonstrating up in Manchester. And Sally Porteous has been on the radio talking about it. A shooting last night by the police, in which I think a man is dead and a woman shot in the foot, in the ankle. She had nothing to do. She just, happened to get shot, a sort of bystander. And the doctors are saying that this 26-year-old woman is unlikely ever to walk again. Her ankle has been so badly damaged. Well, I don't know. That sounds a little extreme. But, grief made the young spring wild, and she threw down her kindling buds as if she autumn were, and they dead leaves. Shall we take the break?
comfort, think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All teamed with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, turn to the experts.
I got that feeling and it's so easy to tell.
From day one, Digicel give me real value. $8 Digicel to Digicel rate.
Free Digicel points to buy a new phone when I add credit.
Or when I pay my bill.
Digicel is the first company to give free credit. $100 every month.
Signal.
Them have the whole island covered.
And with the best customer service 24/7, they make me feel like I am number one.
Digicel, I'm number one.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a low to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today, expect scattered showers and thunder showers mainly during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, on Friday look for scattered showers and thunder showers, especially during the afternoon. Saturday and Sunday will be mainly sunny across most parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. I gather we have in line Mr. Audley Shaw. Hello?
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Shaw.
Mutty.
You and your party, the Labour Party, are seeking to replace the PNP as the government of Jamaica. Should you be successful in that, I sincerely hope that we won't be hearing you saying 18 years from now that poverty is fueling persistent crime and violence in many Caribbean countries, obviously including Jamaica.
Well, it is an open admission of failed policies, is it not?
Well, it would seem so to me.
Absolutely. An open, naked admission that your policies over the past 18 years have failed.
Well, That's why I'm saying that I hope you won't be telling Jamaica that in 18 years' time.
Well, you know, Mutty, let me tell you something. If after 18 years in power, almost 1/3 of your adult population, hale and hearty people, have no productive means of employment.
Yes.
Right? That must be at the heart of two things. The heart of the low productivity and the low output levels of the country, resulting in 1% and below growth averaged over 13, 14, 15 years. And number two, the logical consequence of that. Where does the devil find work for idle
hands to do?
The logical consequence of that is increased crime rate, because as the man from the corner said, him still have to yam a food.
Yes.
So him a hustle.
And
right?
if he cannot find...
Some people are seeing taking the gun is a tool of trade, of survival for a lot of people.
Yes. Absolutely.
And in making that observation, I'm not condoning it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that it is one of the consequences of a horrific, horrendous mismanagement of this economy. That neither you nor myself, talking for a million days, we can adequately enumerate what the consequences of bad management has done to this country.
Yes, well, you know, Mr. Shaw, guns don't commit crimes, you know. There are a lot of people who have guns who don't commit murder with them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
Mutty, I've called you because I heard you talking on your monologue there.
Yes.
About this unfortunate situation that developed in my constituency, where a JPS light pole rolled onto the main road in Madison and crushed a little 2-year-old boy.
Oh boy!
Crushed him. It rolled. It caught his feet, then pushed him down and rolled over him.
Oh God!
And crushed his head. Oh. His marrow was coming through his head and out through his mouth. It was a horrible sight, Mutty. Right?
Yes.
And I called you because I feel very angry with the Jamaica Public Service Company right now. And I want to tell you why. I tried to reach them the night of the accident because I was there. I happened to live very close to where the accident occurred. And I tried to reach Mr. Tom Dorsey, the deputy head of the JPS. Then I tried Winsome Cullum. Everybody's phone turned off. Anyway, Winsome Cullum, who is the communications director, called me back yesterday morning. And she said, Mr. Shaw, I'm on the road heading for my office. When I get to the office within half an hour, I will call you back. I gave her my home phone number because sometimes my cellular doesn't work very well at my home.
Yes.
I have not received a call back from Ms. Cullum yet, Mr. Perkins. But what I heard was her comments on the radio later in the evening to say how sorry they were to hear of his death. However, the accident was caused because children were playing on the light pole.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Perkins, there are two issues involved here. Number one, I have not been told by anybody in the community that children were playing on the light pole. That's number one.
But if even they were.
That's what I'm coming to. I'm saying number two now. Even if children were playing on the light pole, the Jamaica Public Service Company has a duty and a responsibility. You are taking up a 3,000-pound concrete light pole, and you are laying it down on the side of the road in anticipation that you are going to use it you're going to install it, right, at a later time or day.
Yes.
You have a duty and a responsibility to ensure that it does not pose a danger to children, pedestrians, or the motoring public.
Yes.
Now, what happened here, Mr. Perkins, is...
May I just say one thing?
Yes.
That nobody should be putting anything in any public place that should be just leaving it there.
Yes.
That if children got around and started playing with it, this kind of result could be the outcome.
Precisely. how can you now, for Jamaica Public Service Company to be coming now, to blame the rolling away of the light pole on children playing on it, is absolutely disgraceful.
Yes, if children playing in it could have that result, then it should not have been there in the first place.
Precisely, and tells you how precariously placed it was in the first place.
Yes.
Now, the fact is, Mr. Perkins, that the pole was put on an embankment, upon a slope.
Oh, hell.
Or a bank, country people call it, they put up on the banking.
Yes, yes.
And they took a stone, Mr. Perkins. The stone might have been about 9 inches or a foot in height.
Oh, God, yes.
And they used that stone to catch, when you have catch of something?
Yes.
They used not 2 stones or 3 stones to catch it, by the way.
One stone.
Because when the pole came down into the road, you could see where it just pushed over the stone. And the stone was right beside the pole, same way. Because it just pushed over the stone, came down, rolled over the Lano, the little boy. Okay? Now, and what angers me further is that as we speak, there is another pole similarly placed on another banking with 1 rock stone holding it up right now as we speak.
When did this accident occur?
It occurred on today's what?
Today's Thursday.
Tuesday. It occurred on Tuesday evening.
So that happened on Thursday afternoon.
Tuesday
afternoon.
Yes.
This is Thursday morning.
Yes.
And nobody has done anything about that other pole that is similarly touched?
The other pole, this morning it was still there. And then they have holes that they have dug down for the poles, deep holes that are there exposed as well.
Oh, God.
Right? And then instead of the JPS, the Director of Public Relations, and the head of them coming out to say, listen, we are going to, this is a wake-up call here. First of all, we're going to have to take full responsibility for this young man and his family, right, in terms of whatever best they can do. And as well, we must now ensure that we are going to review our safety procedures in respect of the installation and the management, the storage, and so on, and conveyance of these horrific light poles.
Mr. Shaw.
They have not given us any such assurance. Miss Collum has said no such thing to the people of Jamaica, except to say children were playing on a light pole, and in other words, to suggest, it's your fault. Don't play on a light pole, otherwise it will kill you.
But Mr. Shaw, if this had happened I hear people talking about bringing an action against the Public Service Company.
I spoke about it last night.
You did, yes. If this had happened in the United States and an action were brought, about how much do you think a court might have awarded?
Some good amount of money, Mutty.
Huh?
Some good amount of money.
Possibly $20 million US?
Absolutely.
Now, for the grief and pain that the mother had suffered.
Mutty, let me
now,
tell you.
suppose that action is brought in Jamaica. How much do you think they'll award? How much did
we have a dysfunction there.
How much did they award to the mother of Agana Barrett?
Right. Pittance, right? You probably do better if you feel that you have been liable or something.
Well,
right?
Feel you're liable, you might get 80 million.
But Mutty, this thing, I spoke to a lawyer on the matter. And the attorney said to me that this, on the face of it, it appears manifestly clear that we have here either outright manslaughter or we have a case of criminal negligence.
Yes.
That's what we're looking at here in Mutty. Right? And this is what the JPS is obviously aware of that, and they have shamefully decided to go the path of blaming the rolling 3,000-pound concrete light pole on a few little lightweight children playing on it.
Yes.
Even if that were so.
But even if that were so, sir, I don't see that would exonerate them at all.
Well, I have issued a statement on it today because clearly they need to review their safety procedures, not just in Mollison and Manchester, but all across Jamaica.
Yes. Because
the one thing Miss Collum said to me yesterday was that this was one of their they're contractors, right? Light pole contractors. Now, don't they have uniform rules that govern how their subcontractors operate in the name of the JPS island-wide?
Well,
I have a couple guys deciding where they're going to catch up a pole and where they won't put it.
Well, frankly, sir,
Mutty, in this case, ironically, across the road, is a curb and channel, and it is flat. Had they put, because it's temporary, they're going to, apparently we're going to install it the following day, right? Had they simply put that pole right in the curb and channel where it is leaning against the concrete blocks there, on a flat surface, the children could play on it all they wanted, could never roll anywhere.
Yes. Well, if it was an independent contractor that put the pole there in that way, then I don't see that the public service company would be liable.
No, sir. Absolutely wrong. Dead wrong. They're operating in the name of the Jamaica Public Service Company.
Yes, well.
Operating in their name. And let me tell you, this is I am giving the family legal advice on this matter. I've spoken with an attorney, and if the Jamaica Public Service is not forthcoming in a more reasonable fashion, then most certainly they are going to be hearing from an attorney at law.
Yes. Well, Mr. Shaw, you saw the thing on television last night.
What was that?
The picture of this woman grieving over the loss of her child.
No, I was with
there's
her.
nothing
I was
unfortunate.
at the scenes.
There's nothing unfortunate about not seeing it.
Yes.
Because what struck me is how almost every night there is something on television of some woman, weeping her eyes out.
Yes.
Something like this.
Much of it has to do with the whole condition of the country. And it has to do with a sense of nobody in charge, a sense of anything goes, Even this situation...
Hold on just a moment. Hold on just a moment for me.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now
10:45. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Celebrate a new you. You could drop a jean size or two for summer. For the month of June only, for every 2 wraps purchased, you will get 1 free. Feel and look wonderful. Suddenly Slender body wraps. Get a butt, hip, thigh, and tummy makeover. No surgery. Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909. Now for today's weather brief. There's a low to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today, expect scattered showers and thunder showers mainly during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, on Friday look for scattered showers and thunder showers, especially during the afternoon. Saturday and Sunday will be mainly sunny across most parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Carbiz Souvenir Discount Center in Craft Village for the finest Jamaican souvenirs and craft items, perfected by the island's most talented and skillful artists and craftsmen. Also available, Reggae Boys jerseys and accessories. Give a gift of Jamaican craft, 15% off 3 items. Conditions apply. Support Jamaican craft. Be Jamaican. Buy Jamaican. Carbiz Souvenir Discount Center in Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza, Concert Spring Road. Call 926-4065.
Montego Cooperative Union has done it again. It's a wind of change for St. James, announcing the MCCU mortgage loan bonanza. Yes, it's your chance to get a mortgage or home improvement loan of up to $5 million and a great chance to win $500,000 in prizes. Interest rate as low as 16% per annum on the reducing balance. Conditions apply. It is a win-win for you. Call 952-119022. Montego Cooperative Union. Serving you is what we do best.
You're listening listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, Mr. Shaw.
I want to make a correction here for you.
Uh-huh.
On the briefly on the light pole issue.
Yes.
First of all, on my way from my home on Tuesday, I saw a truck picking. They've stored quite a number of these poles along the main road to Devon. Okay?
Yes.
In the vicinity of Denham Farm. And on my way on that road on Tuesday, I saw an orange-colored vehicle taking up poles. Now, that's the color of the JPS trucks.
Yes.
Okay? It was an orange-colored vehicle. I rather suspect that Mrs. Cullum is assuming that it was a contractor.
Yes.
Because I now have confirmation that the truck that actually came yesterday to remove the pole out of the road, because the police had it stay, it was ordered to be, it stayed in the road all night, okay? And it was the Jamaica Public Service Company orange truck with officers of the JPS that came yesterday and removed the pole out of the road.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make that clear.
Yes.
That JPS issue. This is not any subcontractor issue. But the point you just made a while ago about the grief and the suffering on the evening news programs, right? And add to that as well, Mutty, the regular pleadings for help needed for a particular person.
Yes.
Right? A child suffering from catastrophic illness needs some particular help. Right?
Well, there was one the night before.
Yes.
With some little boy.
Yes. Right? And, I mean, the mismanagement it's related to governmental neglect and governmental mismanagement, Mutty. Because even the JPS, if they were properly regulated, they could never have been conducting themselves in such a careless fashion with a 3,000 pound light pole.
Yes.
Right? All of this, we tend to shy away from it, Mutty, but we better focus on the fact that the country is being horribly mismanaged.
You know,
horribly mismanaged.
The real change that we need in Jamaica, the fundamental change that we need, is a new evaluation of our people, our citizens.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
A large part of our problem stem from that, you know, sir. Our minds are riveted to that paradigm of the plantation.
Yes.
Where some people who live in the great houses, they are important, they are valuable, their opinions matter, and so on and so forth. They're entitled to live with decent lives and to be respected. The nigger down there who live in the barracks.
Yes.
Him is barely a human being.
You know, Mutty, I was making this very point at a meeting in Dumbarton down in St. Anne last night. Some people have had several meetings there in the constituency. And an audience of mainly young people were waiting on me for hours until after 11 o'clock last night. And that's what we were talking about. When I was talking to those young people, you could hear a pin drop, because I was talking to them about the need to understand what is government all about.
Yes.
What is the role of government?
Yes.
Let's go back to my 2004 speech, which you yourself have spoken about so much on your program.
Mm-hmm.
What is the role of government if it is not to secure the rights of people, to ensure that there is justice, to ensure that there is safety, and to ensure that people are gainfully employed and they can live a life of peace and prosperity.
And not only that,
in a healthy and clean and safe environment.
Yes,
what is the role of government if it is not to achieve those objectives?
It is easy to talk, for example, about justice.
Yes.
The question is, what is justice?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
When the policeman grabbed the fellow down there, in fact, I gather there's a shooting in Mandeville, I think it was,
yes,
where I heard Sally Portia's talking about it.
I've been able to get her yet.
Eh?
I've been trying to get Sally on that, but but she was on another program earlier this morning talking about it.
But the perception that we have of our citizens is what ultimately determines whether this can be done or that can be done or that other thing should be put in place or whatever.
That's right. And I think that what we need to put on the agenda in the discussions going up after a government is obviously suffering from administrative fatigue, what I'd like to say maybe maladministrative fatigue, right? Where they have mismanaged the country for 18 years. And no one can seem to get the government to talk about the issues anymore.
Yes.
The issues the Prime Minister putting before us now is the crowd that she hauls to a meeting, forgetting that 150,000 strong can't be wrong. She is talking about the media, but it wasn't really the little man holding the microphone she was talking about, or the one that comes to the meeting with the notebook. She's really talking about the media moguls that sit in the chair at the head office. We can't seem to be engaging the Prime Minister and the PNP in talking about employment issues, the fact that almost 500,000 Jamaicans right now don't have any work, and what is the plan to put them to work.
Well, you don't
and unless we can put them to work, we can't deal with the crime problem, and we cannot deal with the issue, not of alleviating poverty, Mutty, but creating wealth.
Yes.
The only way Jamaica can get out of the conundrum and difficulties we are in right now is no policy of promoting and trying to alleviate poverty. It is how we are going to resynchronize and reorganize the society to create wealth and let every individual understand his own role in that wealth creating process.
Well, you think that the opposition has gone far enough in making people understand what it is that it has in mind about these matters?
Well, Mutty, it is a sense in which I must confess to you, and this is not an attack on the media, okay? But the average speech that I will give or Mr. Golden will give, right? And then you talk about policies, and you talk about governance, and you talk about good government and education, and everybody getting an opportunity to make a decent life for themselves, and you talk about that, and then now what you hear, Mr. A.J. Nicholson calling us Hutopek or whatever you call it. That is news. Them is Hutopek. What other news is? Oh, they're evil. They're satanic. What does that have to do with the quality of our lives? What does it have to do with the essentiality of the message going forward?
Are you saying that
the media, my dear say, my only attack on the media would be, please, you are an important part of communicating the critical issues that this country faces at this time.
And are you saying that the presentations of the opposition are not being adequately represented by the media?
Absolutely, I'm saying that, Mr. Perkins. Absolutely. Without question, I'm saying that.
Well, I don't know, so maybe you're going to get a bashing.
Mr. Perkins, let me tell you something. You see, this country, we have the gatekeepers to the message.
Yes.
That the gatekeepers, they are not adequately helping to engage and to get the debate on the critical issues out there. And then we have this new form of corruption, in my view, the political polling. That's the latest corruption in this country. Okay? And then now, you notice another corruption coming in now?
It's good entertainment.
Look at the Contractor General and the Auditor General. Look at the indictment that they have placed upon the incompetence and maladministration of this government.
Yes.
And what's about to happen now? Character assassination. Right?
Yes.
That is the latest one.
Yes.
Well, you know I've been there. You know that I've suffered from that.
Yes.
And I will not resile from my aggressive criticism of the mismanagement and corruption of this government. I tell you, Mr. Perkins, I don't believe the people of Jamaica really realize how critical this election is in terms of the way forward and in terms of preserving our democratic way of life. Mr. Perkins, if the people of Jamaica don't understand that giving this government 5 more years, you are going to put in place, if they ever did that, a corrupt dictatorship from which Jamaica will hardly be able to emerge for another generation. Because the corruption has become so entrenched already, so deeply entrenched in the system. If we don't turn around now and turn around that corruption, then Jamaica, well, you know, Haiti and Nigeria won't be anything compared to the corruption in Jamaica.
Mr. Shaw, I'm not... May I ask you to hold on for a moment?
Sure.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11 o'clock.
The Jamaica Wood Products and Furniture Association presents a forum on new market opportunities for the Jamaican furniture industries at the Old Oakton House behind York Plaza Halfway Tree on Sunday, June 24 at 1 p.m. Don't miss out on this high-level discussion. Be there.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Shaw. Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Mr. Shaw,
yes,
what do you make of the latest statement by Mr. Carl Ross of Bear Stearns concerning Jamaican
What has he
bonds.
said? I have not even heard it yet.
No, he was out here. He was talking about potential purchasers, buyers, people in the market should be more careful in assessing. Yes, that people should be more careful about in buying deciding whether to buy Jamaican bonds.
And what did he give as the reason for this?
Well, because the non-performance of the Jamaican government financial plans, the failure to live up to expectations in terms of the budget last year.
Yes, for instance, when the Minister of Finance projected last year that the fiscal deficit would be going down to 2.5%.
Absolutely.
The outturn wasn't even double that at 5%. It was 5.4%.
Yes.
Fiscal deficit.
Yes.
Right? The Minister of Finance, in his entire administration as minister, has never achieved a growth target that he has set. Never achieved one.
Yes.
The interest rates, of course, while it has been trending down, the Treasury bill rate today is where it was 4 years ago when the governor of the Bank of Jamaica shot it back up to 34%.
But you
hear analysts talking about interest rates going down and how it's wonderful and so on and so forth. It's where it was 4 years ago, Mr. Perkins.
But Stephen Hankey pointed out some years ago, that it's one thing to bring down interest rates. You bring down interest rates, you put pressure on the exchange rate.
Yes.
Right? To ease the pressure on the interest rates, you have to, on the exchange rate, you have to put up back the interest rates.
Yes.
Right? And he said that is a thing that, it just keeps happening.
Yes, and remember, the only mitigating force in all of this that can help to mitigate that situation is if you have runaway productive capacity.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
And when you have runaway productive capacity, you cannot, that in itself can create some pressure on the exchange rate as well,
Yes.
Because it can affect, it can have an increased demand for foreign exchange.
Yes.
In order to fuel the raw material and capital equipment requirements.
Absolutely, but on the other hand...
Right, but that is a more desirable scenario. Yes, I remember in 1987, when the Jamaican economy was clipping along, Mr. Perkins, at 7%, right, that year, 7% or thereabout. Mr. Siaga said that there was overheating taking place because we were not able to find an adequate amount of foreign exchange to finance that level of investment that was taking place in the economy.
Yes.
Right? And that's the desirable pressure you want on on the foreign exchange. When you need more foreign exchange to fuel more domestically driven investments.
But ultimately that might sort itself out. With the creation of greater wealth and the greater volumes of export.
Absolutely. That becomes only a temporary phenomenon, right? But Mr. Perkins, I rather suspect as well that people like Mr. Ross from Bear Stearns and others, and I'm looking at a Standard & Poor's report that I just got as well.
Oh? What's that saying?
Standard & Poor's. And I've not been able to go through all of the details of it yet. But they are seeming to be very cautious in their position as well.
But when I hear Standard & Poor's and Poor and Bear Stearns being cautious about Jamaica, I suspect that people in the overseas markets are going to be very, very cautious.
Absolutely.
Because they have been backers of Jamaica for years.
Yeah, in fact, Standard & Poor's, they say that they have a rating they call the recovery rating. But they say the recovery rating is substantially constrained by very high levels, I'm reading from it now, by very high levels of fiscal and external debt under Standard & Poor's default stress simulations.
Yes.
And by the potential for a contemporaneous banking crisis.
So hold on.
In other words, they're hedging. They're very cautious. And the fact that they are doing that.
But the fact that they're talking about the default threat.
Yes.
That's frightening.
And yes, because they realize the fragility of the situation. And here we have a situation, Mr. Perkins, where can you imagine when they see the newspapers? One day the contractor general says that the contract award process is the violation of it is at an all-time high.
Yes.
That is what Mr. Christie has said, you know.
Yes.
And now Mr. Strawn comes out and has made a devastating attack on the Ministry of Finance.
Yes.
Let's not forget that over the years, I have said to the Minister of Finance, your role is to protect the revenue. Your role is to set up the systems and ensure that there's accountability. And you have fallen down on the job. Now the Auditor General has come and said exactly what I have been saying over the past 5 years, Mr. Perkins. And it is obvious that people like Bear Stearns and Standard & Poor's are also looking at factors like these. Because we were talking about a progressive breakdown, Mr. Perkins, in governance. You don't understand what is happening here. 1 year ago, this country has been in election mode for a year now or more. From the Prime Minister said last year that in St. Kitts, I'm on my way to start the campaign. But what has she told us, Mr. Perkins? She's not changing course. She's not changing course.
People like me.
So what we are watching on the evening news, the suffering women, the suffering children, the joblessness, the hopelessness, the crime, the murder, the mayhem, the Prime Minister says we're not changing course.
Yes. Well, I don't know. I don't know if the Prime Minister really understands the implications of that. But you know,
Mr. Perkins? Mr. Perkins?
Yes?
We have a very serious and crucial decision to make in Jamaica in another few weeks' time when the Prime Minister decides to call the election. A very crucial decision because we are talking about our future, our children's future, the quality of our lives. Right? Jamaicans are suffering now. You know, Mr. Perkins, I wonder if you understand how difficult the average family has now to make ends meet, paying the supermarket bill, paying the light bill, paying the water rate, paying the car money, paying the gas money. You have any idea the level of sufferation taking place in Jamaica right now?
Yes, sir. I think I have.
The cost of living has quietly, when they brag about inflation is low, Mr. Perkins, I have pointed out that the inflation rate among the basket of basic requirements for the average family who are trying to eke out daily existence, when the regular inflation is 5% for the year, Mr. Perkins, or 6 or 7%, their inflation is about 20%. And their income is not going up by 20% to try to stay in line. So people are bewildered. They can't understand why they can't make ends meet. But what we're trying to say is that we're not producing wealth. We're not creating wealth. We have idle land. We have idle factory buildings. We have idle hands. And Jamaica is drifting like a hemless vessel. We are drifting like a hemless vessel, waiting for the next accident and next disaster and the next act of injustice to happen. And then we have a demonstration and we say we want justice. Mr. Perkins, we want good government. That's what Jamaica needs now.
We want good government, sir,
but good government.
But that good government has to be based upon a respect for the people.
Yes.
And their rights.
Yes.
And
but
their,
Mr. Perkins,
their right to life, to liberty, and to the pursuit of happiness.
As Jefferson said. So.
Yes.
In fact, I was just about to give you just another version of that.
Yes.
That in respecting the justice and the rights of the people, we must understand that it's not just the right to stay alive,
Yes.
but it is the right to be able to live.
Pursue happiness.
Happiness.
Yes.
To be wealthy.
And
to
you
be
know, sir,
successful. To go to school and get a good education.
Yeah.
To have good health care. And to feel and safe and productive as you go around.
I hear a magistrate talking about, in her exasperation, talking about putting young girls into a chastity belt. Right?
Uh-huh.
I think that what we need to remember, you know, sir, is that thing that was said by the Minister of National Security.
Yes.
We have created in this country a Jamaica in which the man who plays by the rules is the man that gets shafted.
Absolutely.
And then we are surprised when people have that disregard for the rules.
What has happened to a lot of our young girls now, who have had to resort literally to selling their bodies in order to survive in this country,
Absolutely.
is an absolutely horrible thing. You understand me?
Yes.
But Mr. Perkins, chastity starts in the head.
Yeah.
Okay? And we need to bring back standards in this country. Standards have fallen in Jamaica so badly that many of our young people who are growing up now don't even know the difference between right and wrong.
Yes.
We need to lift up back our standards in every conceivable fashion in
But
Jamaica.
you know, sir, I believe with Karl Marx that these standards have an economic foundation.
Absolutely,
Right?
Mr. Perkins. And we need to...
How men organize to produce, not to borrow, to produce the means of their subsistence constitutes the fundamental relations of society.
And when we earn our way, Mr. Perkins, it lifts our self-esteem.
Yes, indeed.
And it lifts our level of discipline.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
God bless you.
All the best to you.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15.
Call the doctor, quick! Someone call the doctor!
Mommy, not do you. Only the windshield broke.
Then that me say, call the doctor, Dr. Glass!
Call Dr. Glass for all your auto glass needs. Windshield, rear, door, vent, quarter glass for all make vehicles. 237 Marcus Garvey Drive at 3 miles. And now in Catherine Hall, Montego Bay. Call 971-7853.
Thank God for Dr. Glass!
Call now, 1-888-Dr. Glass.
I love keeping my mind and body in shape. That's why I drink V-Soy. It's high in protein, calcium, and iron. It has a great taste. And my son loves it with his cornflakes. Who knew being healthy could be this satisfying? Thank you, V-Soy Soya Milk. Distributed by Brasco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road, Kingston. Telephone 908-1211. That's 908-1211. V-Soy Soya Milk. Good taste while keeping healthy.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. You know, earlier this morning, I recited a couple of lines from Shelley's poem, Adonais. A very long poem, one of the most brilliant poems in the English language. It was written by Shelley upon the death of John Keats. My friend, the blog, who lives in New York, has sent me the entire poem. It's about 17 pages long, I should think. 16 pages. 16 pages. A long poem, brilliant poem, really wonderful poem. I weep for Adonais, he's dead. Oh, weep for Adonais, thou tearest thou not the frost that binds so dear a head. And thou sad hour selected from all years to mourn our loss. Rouse thy obscure compeers and teach them thine own sorrow. Say, with me died Adonais, till the future dares forget the past. His fate and fame shall be an echo and a light into eternity. Oh, weep for Adonais, he's dead. Anyway, thank you very much for it. Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, yes, good.
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Mr. Perkins, you know, sir. It's a long time now. Hello?
Yes, yes.
Yes, it's a long time now, sir. I don't hear anything from Mr. Siaga's sister. Can you put her on the line, sir? Jamaican want to hear her voice, you know.
No, man. She was on air yesterday.
Oh, no. I was at home, oh, Lord.
Yes, man. She was on air
I'm
yesterday.
so sorry about it, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Jamaicans need to hear her more often, man.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
more
ma'am.
often. We need to hear her, sir.
Uh-huh.
So can you just tell her so that she should come back, she should come on the line more often?
All right. All right,
Okay,
ma'am.
sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's listening, and I'm sure she'd be glad to hear that. I say I'm sure she's listening, and I'm sure that she'd be glad to hear that you appreciate
Yes, sir.
her.
She should come on the line more often. Jamaican want to hear her, sir.
I see. All right, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes?
Good morning, Mr.
Morning to you.
Perkins. I was trying to get you yesterday.
Uh-huh.
I was listening to the breakfast program, one of the breakfast programs yesterday, and I heard read out that there was a poll done in the UK amongst Jamaicans, and the result of the poll basically that the government party came out ahead.
The government party here in Jamaica?
Yes. As to form the next government.
Yes.
That, to win to be in office again.
Yes.
But, Mr. Perkins, I'd like to share with you my own experience. I lived in England for 30 years.
Yes.
And then I decided to come home. First, before doing that, I made a couple of visits to Jamaica. And particularly in the 70s. And when I visited here, the condition was so awful and disgusting. I remember one particular condition where two women were fighting in the supermarket over a grey, bluey-looking chicken.
A grey, blue-looking what?
A grey, bluey-looking chicken. Meaning that the chicken wasn't even looking as though it was good.
Oh, I see,
But
yes.
because it's the only thing that was there, the only one that was there, or the only thing that was there on the shelf, because there was hardly anything on the shelf. They were fighting over this chicken. I left Jamaica feeling that, oh my God, I would never want to come back. But it so happened that in the 80s, because of a family circumstances, I had to come back to Jamaica. And I was pleasantly surprised to see the turnaround and how well Jamaica was doing in the 80s, to the point that I even made a plan to come back home. And but unfortunately, by the time I got here, a couple months later, there was an election, and this government was back in again.
Yes.
And of course, we've been on the downward path ever since.
Yes.
But, you know, one other thing I'd love to bring to the attention of particular people who live in Britain and live in Canada and America and abroad. When we're living there, we seem to we hold in our inner psyche this picture of Jamaica being this beautiful Caribbean island where I remember my mother used to hear things on the news in Britain, and she used to say, boy, those things never happen in Jamaica. You know, and all the people in Jamaica, all of them are so nice, they're clean, and Jamaica was pretty and tidy, you know, and and sometimes some of the conditions she was commenting about, that was nastiness happening there. I've never seen so much nastiness and unpleasantness until I've come here, you know, sorry to say. And I had said to my mom, you know, I thought you said Jamaica was this and Jamaica was so nice and whatever. And she used to say, well, that's the Jamaica she remembered. Because the Jamaica it is today is not the Jamaica she remembered. So a lot of us in England live with that memory of what the picture that we formed that Jamaica is to be. And when we're over there and making comments about, I mean, I've heard some of your callers call and making comments about things that's happening here in Jamaica, and they're not here. So they don't really get the full picture of what's happening here.
Yes.
So when they're having a poll as to what government to have in Jamaica, there's no way somebody living in in England can really have.
Well, there's been talk about giving people in the diaspora the vote, and that raises the very same issue. You know, do people living in America, in England, in Canada, do they have any real understanding of what is going on here in Jamaica? And when they vote, they don't have to live with the consequences of their vote. You know?
Exactly. You know, in the 70s, I remember when the late Michael Manley visited, and the picture he painted of Jamaica. I mean, he deceived us all. And because, you know, he's so charming and charming in presenting his presentation.
And eloquent.
You wonder, my God, what am I doing here? Jamaica is so nice.
Oh, yes.
And when you come to Jamaica, he fooled a lot of people. There's the Jamaican thing about the Anansi story.
Yes.
I mean, that's how I see him, as the Anansi. And fooling up people and conning people, that when you come to Jamaica, you suddenly realize that, my God, this man has painted this wonderful picture and encouraging Jamaicans to come home and invest in Jamaica. I know personally a lot of people who invested in Jamaica in the 70s. I mean, I know one lady invested over £10,000 in the 70s in Jamaica in an investment right here in Montego Bay. And to this day, she has never been able to get back her money or get back anything on her money.
Yes.
And she was just told that whatever she invested in was folded up. And that was going to be her pension.
Well, you know that can happen anywhere.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, you cannot stay in one country and really know what's happening
No,
here.
that is quite true.
So people voting abroad, I think before they vote, they should have some time spent in the country where they're going to vote, so they can see and feel what is really happening.
Yes.
Because since I have been home, I have seen so much suffering. And
how long have you been home?
I've been home now 17 years. So I've seen enough of the suffering that has gone on here in Jamaica, and it's not getting any better. It's getting worse.
Yes.
And the fact that education has deprived a lot of Jamaicans of a full understanding here in
the
Jamaica,
failure of good education.
As to what is happening in your life. Because I'm watching the campaign. I don't hear anything really addressing real issues. I see people jumping up and making noise, jumping and busting and buses all over the island and shouting "Ray Ray." I heard even the candidate that was recently selected for St. Anne's, Miss Hannah.
Yes.
Lisa Hannah. And there was a comment where they asked, and she made a comment, an answer to a question on one of the evening programs, where she's saying that the people didn't want very much. And she mentioned about them having she's giving out chickens and little petty things.
Yes.
And to me, that's not what government is all about.
No,
giving
it
out
isn't.
things, handing out. I heard another campaigner shouting how he's like a Santa Claus because the amount of things he has given away.
Uh-huh.
And, you don't want people giving you a handout. You want the opportunity to create your own real world, and the opportunity to earn, the opportunity to make it.
Absolutely.
And achieve all what you want.
And you want a sense of being respected in your own country.
Exactly.
You want, and it is on the basis of respect that people will get justice. Because Mom, people phone me on this program, right? And say that if a policeman charges them with an offense and says that they did this, that, or the other, and they go to court, the judge is going to be more inclined to believe the policeman than to believe them.
Exactly. But Mr. Perkins, if we had the basic respect for each other in this country, a lot of those things wouldn't happen. And then we would see each other as human beings.
Yes.
We really need to start loving ourselves as a people, and then
Hold on, Mom.
respect will come.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Researchers at the University of California, Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about independent living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it. Now for today's weather brief. There's a low to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today, expect scattered showers and thunder showers mainly during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, on Friday look for scattered showers and thunder showers, especially during the afternoon. Saturday and Sunday will be mainly sunny across most parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I want to be an election day worker.
I worked in the last general elections, and I'm proud to be a part of the democracy. I felt quite safe, and the process is thorough and fair.
The EOJ needs 3,000 additional workers for Election Day. We're seeking persons with at least 1 year tertiary education living in the Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine areas. We're making a special appeal to teachers and civil servants to join our team. Pick up an application form at shop number 21, 44 Pines Plaza, EOJ, 43 Duke Street, the Election Center, 9th floor, Towers, Duke Kingston, or call 922-9015 for details. Do it for democracy. Do it for Jamaica.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3. Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mom. Hello?
Hello.
You're talking about the need to love ourselves.
Yes.
Yes.
As a people, if we could love ourselves,
No.
and then, because if you don't love yourself, you can't love others. And
Well-
then maybe we would be able to develop this sort of respect that we need.
Absolutely.
To uplift ourselves as
Yes.
a people.
You are
I
right.
find it quite embarrassing to know that we're having campaigns, election campaigns here in Jamaica. We are not discussing the real issues, and there's lots of issues out there to
Well, we
for us
want,
to address.
you know, Mom, there are people who want to avoid the real issues because the real issues do them no credit.
But we can't
Right.
avoid the real issues because those are the things that are affecting our everyday lives.
In fairness,
Instead of talking
I-
about giving out chickens and
Yes.
and giving out handouts. That's
Yes.
not what we want.
In fairness, the Prime Minister has been talking about poverty breeding crime in Jamaica. You know, and causing people to go for guns and all this kind of thing. And she's very right. You know, she
Well, you
says
know, Mr.
she says in
Perkins-
many of our Caribbean societies, poverty is fueling persistent crime and violence. Right? In the CARICOM region does not manufacture guns. Yet we are flooded with guns and ammunition. Right? And she is right. Poverty is fueling crime and violence.
And she's
Right?
right, Mr. Perkins.
But it's a hell of a thing for her to be saying, leading a government that has been in office for 18 years. Well, a party that has been the government of Jamaica for 18 years, has formed the government of Jamaica.
Well, it frightens me even more that she's so right, and it has taken her 18 years to have come to this realization.
Yes.
And she's going to take another 18 years before she might even come up with a slight idea of how she's
Of how
these
to deal
things
with the
are going
problem.
to be mended.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's not encouraging to me.
No.
What
No,
is
it isn't.
encouraging to me is when you recognize what the problems are and put things in place. Many a times there's evidence that we as a people and our government recognize what the problems are, but it doesn't suit them to put things in place. A lot of Jamaicans living abroad feel secure within the system that are established abroad to make them feel secure, and they can go and protest and they can go and challenge any system that doesn't suit them. But you dare not do that here in Jamaica. And lots of things that needs changing in Jamaica before we can go any further. And one of the things is that we've got to educate our people so that when we're coming up to election, instead of jumping around and hanging your body out of buses, we address the real issues and demand that we have a right in this country to have a better governance. It's been a pleasure talking to you, Mr. Perkins.
Okay, Mom, nice hearing from you too.
Nice.
Okay, hello?
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes, good morning to you.
How are you doing?
Not too bad, thank you.
Question. I'm just driving on the road listening to that caller, and I think that, she has made a very, very valid point. I
Yes.
endorse it. But on to another thing. Tell you what. If someone should call you and ask you today, what is a generic drug and how does that relate to the drug for the elderly? Would you have an answer for them?
Well, a generic drug, as I understand it,
Yes.
is a drug that has...
I can hardly hear you, though, Mr. Perkins.
Well, a generic... You're hearing me now?
Yes, better.
Yes, a generic drug is one the what you call it now, the people who invented it,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Had a right to
Yes.
produce it,
Yes.
an exclusive right to its produces,
Absolutely.
to production. Now, when that, but over a period of time, when that has been exhausted,
Yes.
and anybody can now take the formula and manufacture the drug.
Very good.
That
Very good.
that is a generic drug.
I think you're a pharmacist. You went to pharmacy
No,
school.
sir.
That is exactly what a generic drug
That is a generic drug,
It is
yes.
really a bioequivalent drug that anybody
Yes.
can take the formula after the patent is up
Oh, yes.
and reproduce the same kind of product
Yes.
that gives you what is called bioequivalence,
Yes.
therapeutic equivalence.
Yes.
Now, it's just by way of information for the public, because sometimes the public becomes extremely skeptical of generic medication.
Yes.
Why? Simply because the cost factor, there is a substantial differential between the generic and the brand.
Yes.
So when
But that is because of greater competition.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And so when the pharmacists say $10 for a brand and $2.50 for the generic, the patient feels in their mind that the generic could not be as good as the brand.
Yes.
Now, I just want to use the opportunity to link that to the National Health Fund
Yes.
and the JEDEP program. Now, the National Health Fund card, as you have rightfully explicated what a generic drug is, makes a subsidy on the chemical name of a particular drug.
Yes.
So if you turn up at a pharmacy and the pharmacist provides you with, the doctor provides you with a prescription, it may bear the name of a brand medication. The pharmacist may price that brand and the subsidy from the National Health Fund is fixed.
Yes.
Based on the chemical name of the drug. And in most cases, as you rightfully said, competition makes for a number of the same medication being available at different prices.
Yes.
Now, the only way that persons, poor people, let's use Sister P's Mama P's kind of language, poor people can benefit from the NHF in a substantial way is if the generic pricing or the pricing of the medication closely approximates the subsidy.
Yes.
If it doesn't approximate the subsidy, the card looks useless.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a point that I wanted to make and hope that Jamaicans will start to consider and value the input that the pharmacist makes when a medication is being dispensed as a substitute under the law,
yes,
to say that this will benefit you more, and especially in cases where there are chronic illnesses and the patient needs to take the medication ongoing,
yes,
they need to be able to afford the medication in full
yes,
at all times.
Yes.
Now, that's a substantially different matter from having something like a drug mix-up. When there is a drug mix-up in a society, it has absolutely nothing to do with a brand drug or a generic drug. If a manufacturer sends a medication into a country and the medication is not labeled appropriately, or there is something in that silver or foil strip that is not characteristic of the medication that is supposed to be on the market, that is a substantially different matter.
Yes.
And that essentially came about as a result of a drug mix-up that was common knowledge to a number of persons in the country over the past couple of weeks. And it has something to do with people more leaning, that's why they don't want generics, etc. And as you might have seen in the paper, the country manager was kind of pointing out to us that these are things that happen in all pharmaceutical companies. That is not true. It is an extremely rare occurrence.
Yes.
I mean, as a matter of fact, it is unheard of. There is no way that an inhaler of 4,000 batches can come into a country with the box having one name and the canister having another name. The question that arises is, what then is in the canister?
Yes.
And that question has not been answered. But I'm just trying to clarify that it's not a problem of brand drug versus a generic drug, because a generic drug by its very definition stands to reason that it compares in therapeutic efficacy to the brand. It is a singular problem facing one particular company, and that should be dealt with as an abstract problem outside of the ambit of what we know to be competition.
Yes.
Okay?
No, before you go.
Yes, sir.
There's another thing that I've been hearing about. The dishonest manufacturing of products.
Yes.
That, you know, somebody, in some countries of the world, are manufacturing what they say are drugs.
Yes.
But what may be no more than a little
placebo,
flour or something like
placebo.
that. Yes.
Yeah. Now, these things do happen, and if you do follow the internet, for example, you will see a lot of different manufacturers. Some of them are authentic, others are not.
Yes.
Now, the role of any society is to have a statutory body. For example,
that examines these drugs as they come in.
In our situation, the Ministry of Health has the responsibility to ensure that when a medication is coming onto the market, it is duly registered as authentic and bioequivalent. Now, we have in Jamaica the facility to test medication to ensure that they are bioequivalent, because I know that there is a connection between the government chemist lab and the Ministry of Health in terms of authenticating the dossiers and so on. Now, the other thing that I know that the ministry is probably moving towards doing, if it was not done before, I don't work with the ministry, so I'm not sure what really happens there, is to start to visit the site of manufacturing, to ensure that the standards that are sent in a dossier that they read on paper are not rubber stamped
to visit the site of manufacturing.
Yes.
You mean to travel all to places like India and wherever?
Yes, but think about it. Let's think about it in a positive light.
Yes.
If someone says, I am a generic manufacturer out of India.
Yes.
And I am bringing in...
Hold that thought for a moment for me.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:46.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
The most convenient way to fill prescriptions and shop at the same time is at the Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, centrally located in Halfway Tree. Telephone 929-6366. Open 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays, and also opened on Sundays and public holidays. Now for today's weather brief. There's a low to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. Today, expect scattered showers and thunder showers mainly during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, on Friday look for scattered showers and thunder showers, especially during the afternoon. Saturday and Sunday will be mainly sunny across most parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
How do we know that no one ever says, hey, let's go to the gas station?
Or that coffee
has a lifespan.
How do we know that sometimes you need refueling even more than your car?
Or that you like knowing where you're going better than not knowing.
How do we know that being in a restroom at 7 a.m. doesn't help you at 7 p.m.?
Or that your today's list never gets shorter. How do we know? Because at SO, we also spend a lot of time on the road. That's why at every one of our stations, you'll always find clean restrooms, bright lights, and people to help speed you on your way. After all, if you have to stop, the least we can do is keep you going.
How do we know that you have better things to do than to spend time with us?
Or that at 3 in the morning, even men will stop and ask for directions?
How do we know? Because at SO, we're drivers too.
Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality laundry products such as Trill Laundry Detergent and Fabric Softener, PAL All-Purpose Cleaner, and PAL Dishwashing Liquid. Products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices.
I want to go over last quarter's sales report with you.
Okay, but I don't have the figures here at home. Let me call our accountant.
So, you'll call me back?
No, stay on the line. I'll just use three-way calling.
With three-way calling pay-per-use, you get all the benefits of three-way calling on your home phone without the monthly subscription. No registration needed. Just pay each time you use the service.
We've really got some work done.
Yeah, that was productive.
We should have more meetings on our home phone.
For this and other great home phone features, call 1-888-CALL-CWJ. Conditions apply. Home phone, the cheapest way to call.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here. That was a long break. Hello?
Yes, how are you doing?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Yes, you were asking.
No, you were saying something.
Right, yes. I was kind of explicating the whole idea of a generic company coming into a country to sell pharmaceuticals.
Yes.
The ministry has a septum between the distributor and them passing that septum to enter the market. Now, the question that arises is this, and especially in the case of the original problem that the country faced some weeks ago, if a company comes to you with a dossier saying, we make generics, these are the things we do, this is our company setup, and this is how our quality control department operates in terms of ensuring that you get drugs of the finest quality.
Yes.
That needs to be verified.
Yes.
In other words, that's word on paper. So I think, in all fairness, as I have understood it, and being a pharmacist myself and being involved in the pharmaceutical industry and have a concern for how pharmaceuticals are dispensed or how they are perceived, I am of the understanding that the ministry is now moving towards going into the area, the manufacturing entity, wherever in the world it might be, to make sure that inspections are done to ensure that what is produced on paper or put forward on paper to be approved is matching with what is
How long do you think it will be before we'll get around to that?
It is happening at the moment.
Oh.
I won't call names, but I know that there is a particular company who is helping to sponsor that kind of stuff, and it would be in the best interest of generic houses. So to assist, if they want to do business, to ensure that the ministry has a way of verifying what is happening. Because
But look here, let me ask you something. Who is it that brings drugs into Jamaica? Isn't it the Jamaican companies that are importing from sources abroad?
Yes, in a sense. In a sense. In one sense, and in another sense, the government.
Yes.
Because what happens is that the private entities, the private distributors, in most cases, they do not make pharmaceuticals, but they tend to speculate on pharmaceuticals made abroad.
Yes.
In other words, they buy from a principal, and then they distribute to the society at a markup. So that's how they make money. And then
So do I understand you to be saying that if I run or you run a pharmaceutical company,
yes,
and you are importing goods,
yes,
that you have to import those goods
yes,
from companies that the government has previously
yes,
approved?
That's how it works.
I see what you mean.
So
you can't just bring in
No.
some goods from some company
No.
that has not been approved by the government.
It has to be approved by the Ministry of Health. So
I follow you.
if I come to a distributor and say, listen, I have a line of generics, so let's say 50, and I want to bring that line of generics in, all good and well, because it makes for good competition.
Yes.
And we also have to remember that a generic drug is a generic and nothing else.
Yes.
It has to be therapeutically equivalent to the brand. So
Yes.
nothing wrong.
Yes.
However, it is incumbent on the ministry to verify that that drug is a generic, because if it doesn't meet those standards, it's not a generic drug.
Yes.
And I don't even know what adjective to use to describe it. No. In an instance...
But it is going by the reputation, what it knows of the company.
Yes.
It is not the drugs that tested when they arrive here.
Initially, I think it does. I don't think it is being done. I'm being very careful. I don't think it is being done with the level of frequency that it ought to be done.
Yes.
But I would want to suggest to you, having seen the process in operation, when you come in first to register a line of products, the ministry does require of you samples for testing.
I see.
So that testing is done. Now, as to how routinely it is done is another question. And that is a question that I really cannot answer.
Yes.
But if we have a scenario in which one thing comes in a box and the box has one name, and then when you pull the canister out, it has another name, there is a serious problem for that particular company on its quality control and manufacturing side.
I should imagine so.
And it cannot be left untouched or just overlooked, as I have read the papers and seen where people just kind of ramble over the issue and leave it standing there. If you come in again with another batch of product, the product is supposed to have an off-white color, and it has a yellow and pungent odor. Obviously, something else other than the product that was registered is in the blister strip. And as a result of that, we have got to stop to abbreviate the operations of that particular entity and investigate it such that a perception of brand or generic houses don't go around the country to say, listen to me, I don't want anything named generics because this had happened with a particular company. Because all around the world, generic drugs are being used and are more used as they fall from patent in the branded houses.
Yes.
And so I have just called to clarify and to let the Jamaican public realize that in any situation whatsoever, a generic drug is still a suitable alternative to a brand.
Yes.
And do not let a particular incident with one company make you form a perception of generics or brand, as the case might be.
But may I just put this to you?
Yes.
That a generic drug
yes.
Maybe, well, it may have been superseded in terms of quality by a newer drug.
Yes, that has happened.
Right?
And in most cases, that's what the brand name companies do.
Yes.
When they put out a drug for pain, and it is usually taken 3 times a day.
Yes.
And they had a patent for 15 years to make all the money they want. All of a sudden, when the 15 years is up and everybody can make that one for 3 times a day,
they come out with one for once a day.
Release that you take once a day.
Yes.
And get a patent for that.
Yes.
That in and of itself does not make the generic version
no good.
no good. It
Yes.
is just as good. And in some
It was just as good as it was all the 15
all the
years.
time.
For the 15 years.
Exactly. So there is the politics of patent.
Yes.
A lot of, and if you go into all the issues of clinical research and see the millions of dollars that pharmaceutical companies have paid to do clinical research over 10, 12 years.
Yes.
And at the end of it, these drugs fail the clinical research process. Most companies are the competition has kind of guarded them to kind of just make a little, divergence to the original brand and put something out under a different name with a CR or a controlled release version and cover themselves under the patent.
Yes.
But the generic, therefore, would have been comparable to the original brand that they had put out.
Yes, and if it was working for 15 years, it is like to work for another 100 or two.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's like, okay, we have to take into our hands as professionals, and I don't believe that one person can bring Jamaica back, or any government in its own right can unilaterally go out there and do anything to make Jamaica what Jamaica ought to be. Because one of the things I notice about your program over the years I've been listening to it is that the opposition have a way of being on the program every day, and they have something to say. Once they form the government, they have disappeared, and the other person, they are on the program every day. As soon as Mr. Shaw comes and he speaks, and I remember Mrs. Simpson Miller was there and she spoke. And Mr. Perkins, anytime you want to talk to me, you can have me on that program. You try your best luck at this moment. Mommy P is not going to be speaking with you.
Times change, sir. And
you,
we change with them.
Noticing the trend?
Yes.
It is a trend.
It's been going on for years.
The opposition is so readily available all the time.
Absolutely.
And as they form government, they are no longer available. No longer available.
Well, they're on the defensive then, you see.
Absolutely.
I see. Anyway, thank you very much. We're back. We have now to go to the news. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
New Dimension Dental Care at 57 Hope Road provides modern dental care with spacious and secure parking at the former location of New Line Motors. That's New Dimension Dental Care. Telephone 978-7480. The time by New Dimension Dental Care is
12 o'clock. News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. A woman and her 7-year-old daughter were burned to death in Torrington Park, Kingston early this morning after their house was set on fire in what the police say was a reprisal attack. The police say about 2:30, 12 men, including persons who once lived in Torrington Park and others from Denham Town, invaded the community. Constable Richard Minot of the Constabulary Communication Network says the men were in search of Torrington Park strongman Clive Clark, otherwise called Q. The policeman says when Q was not found, the men fired shots at the house of his sister, 47-year-old Maureen Bennett. Constable Minot says the men then threw homemade bombs into the house, setting it ablaze and killing Miss Bennett and her 7-year-old daughter, Damone Sykes.
The police are now seeking some men in connection with this incident. Their names are Craig Hall, O.C. Craig, he was the brother of Joe Benbow, Ryan Smith, O.C. Baller, a man known as Pops, Ezekiel Thomas, O.C. Bully, and a man known only as Dwight. This incident is a reprisal for the firebombing of a house belonging to the mother of Joe Benbow that happened some time ago, in which a 67-year-old man was burnt to death.
Constable Richard Minot of the Constabulary Communication Network. He says the men also attempted to set a second house on fire, but they were unsuccessful. Calm has now been restored to sections of Hearties in Manchester following a massive protest between last night and this morning. The residents were protesting against last night's shooting of 2 residents allegedly by the police. Damien Mitchell reports.
One of the victims, 24-year-old Daniel Josephs, who is said to be of unsound mind, was treated at hospital and released. The other victim, Marie Thompson, remains hospitalized. There are conflicting reports about how the incident started. One report says the police began firing wildly after the residents objected to the arrest of an innocent man, after the one they went to arrest fled. Another report says the policemen opened fire after their vehicle was towed by residents when they attempted to accost a man. Last night, the residents blocked sections of the road in protest against the shooting. However, they were cleared overnight. But this morning, the residents again mounted roadblocks. Roy Thompson, the father of the injured woman, said a policeman assaulted him last night when he went to the scene of the shooting.
This policeman said, "Where you going?" The young man took me over, and I said, "What you doing?" Man, the car back and me drop. I couldn't get up. We are Marigana Hospital.
And the sister of the man of unsound mind who was shot said the police did not treat the matter in a professional manner even after the shooting.
I tried to talk to the police. Nobody was there to assist me, to say anything to me. What happened is like, it's a dog that they shot. There is nothing. Remember, he can't speak properly. He can't do nothing for himself.
The sister of a man of unsound mind who was shot in Manchester last night. Damian Mitchell for the Gleaner Power 106 News.
And the Manchester police could not confirm whether their colleagues fired shots last night. The Constabulary Communication Network, CCN, says, however, that a team of policemen went to Hearties to arrest a man. According to Sergeant Rowan Salmon of the CCN, while the police were carrying out the arrest, residents attacked them. He says reinforcement was provided for the police team and the residents attempted to block them in the community. However, the police managed to leave. In the meantime, officers of the Bureau of Special Investigations are now in Hearties probing the incident. The officers have been conducting interviews with witnesses. Member of Parliament for North East Manchester, Audley Shaw, wants the Jamaica Public Service Company to review its safety procedures following Tuesday's incident in which a toddler was crushed by a light pole. The JPS says children were playing on the concrete pole when it became dislodged and rolled over 2-year-old Delano Williams of Molliston in Manchester. But Mr. Shaw is accusing the JPS of not accepting responsibility for what he says was the careless placement of the light pole on the roadway. Mr. Shaw also says the company has not taken measures to ensure the incident does not happen again.
The other pole, this morning it was still there. And then they have holes that they have dug out for the poles that are there exposed as well. And then instead of the GPS coming out to say, listen, this is a wake-up call here. First of all, we're going to have to take full responsibility for this young man and his family in terms of whatever best they can do. As well, we must now ensure that we are going to review our safety procedures.
Member of Parliament for North East Manchester, Audley Shaw, speaking on Perkins Online this morning. Meanwhile, Corporate Communications Manager at the JPS, Winsome Callum, says the company is investigating the incident. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. It's 5 minutes after 12 o'clock. A meeting between the representatives of the Solid Waste Contractors Association and government auditors regarding millions of dollars owed to its members has been put off. The meeting has been rescheduled for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The association is claiming that contractors of the NSWMA are owed $100 million for public cleansing services, but the government has rejected their claim. Following a meeting last week between the parties, government auditors requested more time to review documentation presented to them by the auditors representing the contractors. President of the Solid Waste Contractors Association, Cheryl Moore, says she's hoping tomorrow's meeting will resolve the issue.
We have statements and signed affidavits all from former managers attesting to our claim that it's indeed a valid one. And we are stated that the matter must be resolved because we have now reached the end of the road and there's no more documents that are now required to bring closure to this outstanding situation.
President of the Solid Waste Contractors Association, Cheryl Moore. The Nurses Association of Jamaica, NAJ, wants the Finance Ministry to disclose the basis on which it recommended the transfer of health insurance coverage for public sector workers from Blue Cross of Jamaica to Life of Jamaica, LOJ. It was earlier reported that the ministry's recommendation was endorsed by the National Contracts Commission. But at a meeting of the NAJ now underway, the association's executive expressed support for Blue Cross, noting that the company was efficient in addressing claims. NAJ President Edith Allwood Anderson says the association is also concerned about the quality of service a new health provider would offer. The recommendation by the Finance Ministry comes in the wake of the Contractor General's annual report, which revealed that the government consistently breached its own guidelines in awarding the health contract. The report said the multi-billion-dollar contract was awarded to Blue Cross of Jamaica without competitive tender. The United Nations Human Rights Council will remove Cuba from a list of countries deemed to be very poor in respect of human rights. Cuba's Foreign Minister Felipe Perez says the decision will end 20 years of U.S. manipulation of Cuban human rights records. It is estimated that over 280 Cubans are in prison for political reasons. While the U.S. State Department and Cuban rebel groups oppose the decision, the Cuban government regards it as a victory in Cuban diplomacy. Chief Executive Officer of the Jamaica Environment Trust, Diana McCauley, is supporting parish councils which have placed stop orders on hotel construction sites for failing to comply with building permits. Stop orders have been placed on hotels such as the Spanish-owned Fiesta Hotel at Point Estate in Lucy, Hanover, and the Club Hotel Rio at Maho Bay in Montego Bay. Yesterday, Development Minister Donald Buchanan said parish councils should be less hasty in placing stop orders on hotel sites, as it could affect investment. He believes the parish councils should first try to establish dialogue with the companies. But according to Ms. Colley, there was sufficient notice before the stop order was issued in the case of the Club Hotel Rio.
They wrote them on the 16th of February. And on the 1st of May, they wrote again, saying despite this earlier correspondence requesting compliance with the permit, you have not complied. And based on the foregoing, we see fit to exercise our rights and encloses our notice of intention to suspend for failing to comply with permits. So having warned them in February, having told them about their intention to suspend, they in fact never did suspend.
Chief Executive Officer of the Jamaica Environment Trust, Diana McCauley, speaking on Independent Talk this morning. On Monday, Spain's ambassador to Jamaica, Jesus Silva, said parish councils should be more mindful of the signals sent when they issue stop orders on hotel construction sites. 14 U.S. troops have been killed in attacks over the past 2 days in Iraq. The U.S. military says the victims comprise 12 soldiers and 2 Marines. In the deadliest attack, a roadside bomb struck a military vehicle in northeastern Baghdad, killing 5 U.S. soldiers, 3 Iraqi civilians, and an Iraqi interpreter. Another soldier and 2 other civilians were wounded. Earlier today, a rocket-propelled grenade struck a U.S. military vehicle in northern Baghdad, killing a soldier and wounding 3 others. Yesterday, a roadside bomb killed 2 U.S. Task Force Marine troops and wounded 4 others southwest of Baghdad. A similar attack in western Baghdad killed 4 U.S. soldiers and wounded a 5th. In addition, 2 Marines were killed in combat operations yesterday. And finally, in midday news, Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak has called a summit of Middle East leaders. He will meet with heads of government from Palestine, Israel, and Jordan. An Israeli spokeswoman says the talks should promote Israeli-Palestinian ties. The announcement comes after Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas described the takeover of Gaza by Hamas as a bloody coup. Israel Prime Minister Ehud Olmert has been confirmed for the meeting. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Midday Sports Report is next.
Powerful and credible. Power 106 FM Radio News Center.
now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. We begin with news on local cricket. The Police and Clarendon cricket teams were last night slapped with a $5,000 fine by the Jamaica Cricket Association. The Police were punished for breaching the punctuality rule during their Red Stripe Cup game against St. Mary on May 26 and 27. The police arrived 5 minutes late on the final day of the game. Clarendon was fined for breaching the ground requirement guideline during their Red Stripe Cup match against St. Anne on May 26 and 27. The Clarendon team used the Garvey Maceo school ground because of the unavailability of their home ground. A point was also deducted from the team's tally. The local board also punished Super Cup teams Lucas and Clarendon. Lucas lost their points for breaching the JCA ground requirement guidelines. Lucas failed to properly cover the pitch, resulting in the loss of play on day one of their Super Cup game against Melbourne earlier this month. Melbourne was awarded full points. Portland was awarded full points after the Clarendon team breached the punctuality rule by arriving very late for their Super Cup game. England Lions batting first after winning the toss ended on 174 for 6 against the West Indies in their one-day match at the county ground at New Road today. The match has been reduced to 24 overs per side after rain delayed the start by several hours. West Indies are 23 without loss after 3 overs, with captain Chris Gale on 8 and Dinesh Ramdin on 10. Five players not included in the original West Indies squad have been drafted following the late arrival of the one-day international players called up from the Caribbean at the end of the Test series. Kirk Edwards, Yishon Crandon, Andrew Richardson, Ruel Brathwaite and Mally Richards have all been included in the lineup. Bowling for West Indies, Marlon Samuels picked up 3 wickets, while Gale and Ruel Brathwaite had a wicket each. Horse racing now. Trainer Anthony Nunez ended the contract of jockey Paul Country Francis as his stable rider late yesterday. Earlier this week, Nunez said Francis's contract was not in danger of being terminated despite him losing the ride aboard Mucha Gusta for the July 7 Jamaica St. Leger. Nunez explained that it is not necessary to have a contracted rider based on the lack of talent in the stable. However, he pointed out that Francis would ride horses in the barn once available. He further added that Francis is booked to ride 2-year-old The Real Fury and Lady Indira on this Saturday's 13-race card. Francis accepted the high-profile job to partner Nunez's horse following the decision of Trinidadian Brian Harding to return to his country. However, Francis has so far this year partnered just 6 of Nunez's 18 winners. Jamaica's senior women's football team will stage a training session this afternoon at Constant Spring in preparation for the Pan American Games in Brazil from July 13 to 29. The training session will begin at 4 o'clock. A 26-member squad, including 5 overseas-based players, has been invited to prepare for the Games. FIFA Development Officer for the Caribbean region, Harold Taylor, is now traveling to the FIFA Goal Project site in St. Elizabeth, where the National Football Academy is currently under construction. Taylor, who is on a 4-day visit, will tour the site in an attempt to get a proper assessment of the project. Work on the first phase of the FIFA-financed academy is on stream for completion by the end of August. Taylor will leave on Saturday. Melanie Walker of the MVP Track Club yesterday presented a box of Nike spikes and track shoes to her alma mater, Tarrant Primary. Walker, the national 400 meters hurdles champion, presented the gift to coach Delroy Johnson. The school's principal, Glentine Edwards, was also present at the ceremony. Walker is highly fancied to retain her title at the National Senior and Junior Track and Field Championships, which starts tomorrow at the National Stadium. Meanwhile, a decision will be made today as to whether 2006 Commonwealth Games 400 meters bronze medalist Jermaine Gonzalez will run at the National Championships. Manager Clive Busy Campbell says Gonzalez is trying to recover from a muscle strain which he picked up in New York on June 2. Earlier this week, Sharon Simpson, the fastest woman last year, pulled out of the meet as a result of a hip injury. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The midday weather report is next.
Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
For your midday weather report on Power 106, the National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a surface to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms. Tonight should be partly cloudy. Tomorrow, look for scattered showers and thunderstorms, mainly in the afternoon. On Saturday, it should be partly cloudy also in the afternoon. And on Sunday, expect mainly sunny conditions. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a recap of the main stories. Kingston woman and her 7-year-old daughter burned to death after their house was firebombed in a reprisal attack in Torrington Park this morning. Calm has been restored to Hearties in Manchester following the shooting of two people allegedly by the police. Northeast Manchester MP Audley Shaw calling for the JPS to review its safety procedures after Tuesday's incident in which a toddler was crushed by a light pole. The Jamaica Environment Trust supports parish councils which have placed stop orders on hotel construction sites for failing to comply with building regulations. And in sports, Jamaica Cricket Association fines local clubs for breaching rules governing the sport. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
The Jamaica Wood Products and Furniture Association presents a forum on new market opportunities for the Jamaican furniture industries at the Old Oakton House behind York Plaza Halfway Tree on Sunday, June 24 at 1 p.m. Don't miss out on this high-level discussion. Be there.
Hey, Red! Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome to Rodeo Energy Drink.
Available island-wide.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3 Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. We started with Mr. Audley Shaw this morning. We now have online Mr. Clive Mullins. I have no apology to make for it. Hello?
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mullins. How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you.
Look here, I heard on the news that you had raised an issue in Parliament yesterday.
Well, I filed a motion 2 weeks ago for debate.
Yes.
I indicated in the motion that the Transport Authority Act, Section 13, was in breach of the constitutional rights of people.
It has to be.
And
it has to be.
In point of fact, sir, that what is happening is that penalties are being imposed on individuals before a case is tried before a court of law.
By the police.
That's correct. So what you're doing is giving judicial powers and functions to the police and transport authority inspectors.
To first of all, to take away the man's car.
Yes.
Second, well, that is the part of the punishment.
Yes.
But to accuse the man, to find him guilty, to impose a punishment.
Yes. Absolutely, and that is in breach of all the fundamental rights.
It has to be, Mr. Mullins. You're absolutely right. And I was wondering how long it was going to take us to come round to that.
But Mr. Perkins, I'll go further. Even if this motion isn't passed in the House, I'm prepared to go to the Constitutional Court on this issue.
Very good.
Because what has happened, sir, is that we speak glibly about rights, about the rights of the individual.
Yes.
But we breach those very rights.
We have no understanding of what rights are about, Mr. Mullins.
Absolutely. And we have arguments being advanced about what is the greater good.
Yes.
And missing the fundamental point that the rights of the individual supersede all
supreme,
other rights.
Sir. It is to the purpose of government is to protect and enhance the rights of the individual.
Absolutely, because that is the protection of the self-worth of the human being.
Yes.
And what has happened is that we speak glibly. Everybody speaks about championing rights and so on. But when it comes to the cut and thrust and the breach of it, we do so easily.
I don't know whether you've seen that judgment. I think it was recently delivered by a judge in in Tanzania.
No, I haven't. I've heard you reference to it on your program.
Yes,
but I haven't had the good fortune of reading it. I'd love to read it myself.
It really is a marvelous thing.
Because what it focuses us on is the fact that our concept of rights is not something that is given to you by the state.
Thank you very much. That is what he says.
Oh, very well.
Right.
In fact, that is something that is intrinsic to the
He
human
says
person.
that rights are inherent.
That's correct.
In the person of the individual.
Yes.
And he came with birth.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
And therefore predate the state, the law, and presumably the Constitution.
That's marvelous. I must read that, Joshua.
Yes, you have to read it.
Because what has happened is that in our societies, and especially in the developing societies, the state taking on the role of being mother or father seeks to protect us, as they say, by the exercise of state rights.
Yes.
And in doing that may breach the very right you have as an individual.
Absolutely,
because
sir.
they say they're protecting a greater good.
Absolutely.
And I think it got to move beyond a populist approach to rights to a fundamental understanding of the nature of rights. And when we do that, then we seek to improve the human condition.
It's difficult to see, sir, how it could ever have been thought that, you're driving down, you have 4 people in your car, 4 persons with you in your car.
Yes.
The police stop you and say, man, you're running an illegal taxi. Right?
Yes.
Seize your car, right?
Yes.
And before they're called upon to prove the case that they have laid against you.
Indeed, and sir, it is surprising to me that we have the situation of the Attorney General not dealing with this, or the Solicitor General. It is surprising to me that so many quarters, the Bar Association should be raising a hue and cry about these things. And it is passing like that. And, which is why I must confess that as a parliamentarian, you have to look at these issues in light of the Constitution and the rights of the individual. You can look at it in terms of party support. You can look at it in terms of what is perceived to be a greater good. Because in passing laws, you have to start at a particular benchmark.
Yes.
Because if you don't do that, you slide into dictatorship or into a state of communism or fascism.
Yes.
And then what happens is that the society suffers in the medium to long term. And you have a brutish existence as against being an individual enjoying the rights in a
Hold on just a moment for me.
My mother say, he go pass my exam because me have brain power. Mother's power patchy make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:31.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you come to it. Because the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Paul, you know how me always tell about the super value specials at Wendy's?
Yes,
well, now them
Oliver.
have 4 different meals, see only $195 each.
Do they?
Them have the double stack cheeseburger, the cheeseburger deluxe, the 5-piece chicken nuggets, and now the new crispy chicken sandwich, all served with a small fries and a 16-ounce soda. Each one of them scrumptious, and each only $195.
Good value.
And the best value in town. Wendy's, same high quality and variety at a low price.
the Super Value Specials, $195 at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
May we see you at Wendy's?
Think comfort. Think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All tuned with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, tuned to the experts. listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
We're back with you, Mr. Mullings.
Yes, but you know, Mr. Perkins, this also affects taxi operators who have replates, you know.
Yes.
Because what they say is if they believe that you're operating contrary to your road license, they also seize your vehicle.
Yes.
And under the Road Traffic Act, these persons ought to be summoned to court for a hearing, for the court
to decide whether they are in breach.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And so you have two competing bits of legislation. One which is clearly unconstitutional. One which would abide by the dictates of the Constitution that are now existing on the books. And it is passing every day. Persons are crying out for this clear injustice. And what we have are situations where there's rank corruption that's operating. Rank corruption. Where you have monies being made because vehicles are being towed and so on, and it's becoming a thriving business. So what you have in breaching the Constitution, you have created now, by giving this kind of power to agents of the state, you have allowed them that kind of leverage over people.
Well, the next, I suppose, somewhere down that road, the police will have the right to determine that a man has committed murder.
Yes.
And that therefore he should be executed.
And
execute him right there on the spot.
It's the thing about it, Mr. Perkins, is that if we do not guard and protect...
Some people would argue that that is already happening.
Well, indeed. But if you don't protect the rights, which are fundamental...
Yes.
If you don't do that, then, in other words, your existence is uncertain and unsure.
Yes.
And we can't afford that.
Yes.
And you know, so it is something that concerns me, because I'm going to make a statement. When a state believes that they are the mother or the father, they take unto themselves a belief that they have a greater right.
Yes.
And that they can do things in your name and for your good.
Yes.
That is a dangerous road.
Yes, indeed.
And sometimes
a very dangerous road.
And sometimes we play around with these notions, almost like a soundbite, as it were, not realizing the fundamental danger that exists, that when any leader of whatever party takes on that role, then it means that state power becomes increasingly arrogant, and therefore would seek to ride roughshod over those rights because they believe it is for your good.
You are absolutely right, Mr. Mullings.
And we need to be very careful of this, sir.
Freedom is about my right to choose for myself.
Yes.
Or to determine what I think is good for me.
Absolutely.
Right? Provided only that I do not, in doing so, violate the rights of others.
Absolutely, sir. And if you look at societies, Hitler's Germany, or Russia, or so on, and you see what happens when they have this concept of what is the greater good and the rule of the state, that they trample upon your rights.
Yes.
And before you know it, you have a situation where you have a holocaust of sorts. Then you ask, how did you get here?
Yes.
Not realizing that by chipping away at those rights, you create the circumstance and the opportunity for that to happen.
Absolutely.
But you know, Mr. Perkins, just to make a point, not a digression, but a point in relation to this unfortunate accident involving a child and the JPS poles. And Mr. Shaw, in fact, issued a release on it. It's very, very important. You know why I say that, sir? Because 2 years ago, 3 persons died at Old Harbor plant. There was an investigation, and that report has been before the cabinet. Over a year ago, we asked for the release of that report as it has implications concerning safety. And that report still has not been made public.
I beg your pardon?
Still has not been made public, sir. In last year, the Standing Finance Committee, I asked that it be made public. And I was told by Minister Kelly at the time, because he just got the portfolio within 2 weeks. This year at the Standing Finance Committee, I asked again. He said that it's before the Cabinet and it will be made public. To date, that has not happened.
So what interest does the Cabinet have in delaying that process?
I have no idea, sir. No idea whatever. Now we have a situation of polls being stacked in a way which is of a clear danger to the public, as has been evidenced by this death. It is time for the minister to immediately inquire as to where these polls are stored, how they are stored, and that immediate attempts be made to secure them. But you know, the unfortunate thing we have is that in this our emerging society, they don't believe we have first world standards, you know.
Uh-huh.
They don't believe it. They will tell you that, but they don't believe it. Mm-hmm. Because in the exercise of the protection of the rights of the individual, we pay scant regard to it.
But the rights of the individual in Jamaica are not worth very much.
It doesn't appear
How much were the rights of Agana Barrett worth? And the rights of his mother to have her son with her and enjoy the pleasure of his company. How much was that worth, sir?
False sums being granted.
Eh?
And in the United States of America and elsewhere.
Yes.
Because you be very careful. You know what's interesting? I must make this point. That every effort is made to protect the public. Yes. When they do road work, almost a mile down the road, you know that. So you try to protect the traveling public. We don't do that here in Jamaica.
No.
You happen upon a situation of a danger and you avoid it.
Yes.
And there's nothing done by those who are in authority to ensure that you're protected. No,
because Mr. Mullings, those who are in authority.
Yes.
Right? And it's not only those who are in authority, you know, sir.
Yes.
It is the people, there are people out there, here in Jamaica.
Yes.
That if they sat on a jury, and that case of that child came before them, right?
Yes.
They would think that maybe, you know, $1 million would be,
yes.
You know,
yes.
more than enough. But of course, a similar jury thought that the libeling of a politician was worth 80 million.
Can you imagine? but you know, sir, I think that you have to look very carefully at our laws as they relate to damages. Because I am convinced that when you get damages to that measure, that is a deterrent. A lot of the things that obtain out there that expose the public to danger will be dealt with.
Yes. And the other thing is, of course, costs. Because when a court in Jamaica awards costs,
yes.
They're not, it's not the actual cost.
Yes.
It's not what it actually costs you.
No, it's not.
To get that thing before the court.
No, it's not.
Right? And I think there's a fundamental wrong in that.
Well, I hope that this motion will galvanize not only the traveling public but the tax operators to the point.
Yes.
To demand the protection of their rights.
Yes.
Instead of suffering as they are by just making a few calls and complaining, they must
blocking roads.
Themselves.
And blocking roads.
Understand.
Right? That's not helping you.
It's not.
And you know another area in which rights are being violated, sir?
Yes.
The government has an agency. Let me say the RGD.
Yes.
Right? Because that has become notorious. They have a monopoly on the provision of documents,
yes.
like birth certificates and so on. Right? You can't get it anywhere else. So you go to them. They tell you what they're going to charge you. And they will pay, you pay so much, and the thing will be delivered within a week. Right? You pay the money, and 6 months later you haven't got it yet.
So they have breached their contract with you.
Eh?
They have breached their contract with you.
Yes, but then, sir, the problem that people face is that if they were to go to court with that, first of all, it would take about 5 or 6 years.
Indeed.
And secondly, what are you going to get in damages?
There you go.
Right? What's it going to cost you? Right? The whole system is set up against justice.
It is, and I go further. When persons apply, for instance, for their licenses, the state collects their money.
Yes.
They sit on it. They don't issue the license.
That is the thing with the taxi drivers now.
Yes.
Yes.
They take their money. They have the benefit of their money. They sit on it or take whatever time they do to issue a license, and then you lose your vehicle.
Yes.
That cannot be right.
No. Well, it is a kind of thing that some gang leader, some, don in some area would practice. Where he's rifling money out of the pockets of people.
And
right?
which is why you have to protect the rights of the individual and be careful of this power of the state.
Absolutely.
Because the state in this instance is faceless.
Yes. And the state exists not to rob people, sir, but to secure their rights, to protect them, to provide them with facilities, right? In return for the taxes it is taking out of their pockets.
Correct.
Right? And what is happening in Jamaica is that the people are paying more and more taxes and getting less and less for it.
Absolutely.
Right?
And then they tell you that they love you and they tell you they want to protect you. The good thing about it is that the Jamaican people are much more aware.
Well,
I'm that confident, they're much more aware. I think that what they ought to do now is to exercise that right of them when that time comes to change that.
And recognize, sir, that blocking roads is getting them nowhere.
Absolutely.
Right? What they need to do is recognize the political nature of the problems that they're facing.
Indeed. And so I must make this point. There's a tendency in this country not to be truthful, but to be balanced. Why do I say that? That they seek to ascribe blame equally, even if the blame is not due equally.
Yes.
Because they want to give the impression that they're being fair.
Yes.
The essence of it all must be to be truthful.
Yes.
Wherever the blame falls, so be it.
Yes, indeed.
And so we find that our institutions and individuals, when there's a problem, they try in some way to draw the other side into it to seem as if we're fair.
Because they don't understand what fairness is.
Indeed.
Right. Mr. Mullings, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All the best to you.
Attention NHD contributors in St. Catherine. Your NHD St. Catherine branch is now at its new offices, Twickenham, near the Hussey Marty School. Remember, your NHD office is now at a new location, Twickenham, St. Catherine. The phone numbers remain the same. The time by the National Housing Trust is
12:45.
Grease stains are some of the most difficult stains to remove. Introducing Ariel Oxyazole Max with anti-grease particles. This brand new formula transforms washing water into an anti-stain solution that penetrates deep into fabrics, helping to remove grease and much more. Try it today. Ariel Oxyazole Max gets rid of grease so you can get on with life. Ariel, washing made easy.
Inner town, outer town, Digicel Flex cards always found. Basic Commodity makes it easier to get your Digicel Flex cards. Island-wide network, 13 authorized distributors covering 14 parishes. See the press for details. Inner town, outer town, Digicel Flex cards always found.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Uh-oh. Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
You just wake up?
No, man. Mr. Perkins, good afternoon.
You what? Hello?
Good afternoon. I'm calling on behalf of the Black River Police Station.
You're calling on behalf of the Black River Police Station. Uh-huh.
In which they run an immigration office there.
Yes?
I completed a form for my child and take it in over 5 months, pay $3,000 to get it back within 3 weeks' time. And I know, Mr. Perkins, I don't get it back. 5 months gone.
5 months?
Yeah.
Oh, God. What were you to get?
A passport.
A passport. And you presented them with the birth certificate?
Particulars.
Eh?
With all the particulars.
Uh-huh. And what explanation have they given for not providing it?
Well, the first thing, I can't find the man who took the money from me. When I went there is a lady, and the lady asked me to write my name and phone number on a paper, say take it to the gentleman.
Uh-huh. And have they explained why the document, the passport isn't ready?
They can't give me no proper explanation, sir.
Eh?
There is no proper explanation.
So what do they tell you when you ask them about it?
First thing they say, I'm to fill out another form and write my name to it. I tell them that it can't done that way. Once the form is incomplete, they have to give me back the documents, my child birth certificate and my identification card and my 2 child's passport picture. And the gentleman said, no, it can't done like that. Then, another time he said, the child must write his name on another part of a passport form. They're going to scan it. And I must return 2 weeks' time. And 2 weeks passed, and I went. And I can't see the gentleman who took the money.
Uh-huh. And this is, it isn't the police that are dealing with this.
Yes, sir, right in the police station.
It's in the same building.
Yes.
But this is
immigration section.
Passport office that is sited in the same building as the police. Isn't that so?
Yeah.
Well, no. I tell you what you do. Would you? I'm going to ask you to give your name, the name of your child, right?
Yeah.
You have a numbered receipt from them.
A number from who?
The receipt for the money that you paid.
They don't give me no receipt.
They didn't give you any receipt?
No.
Oh, hell. Now, we're just going to phone the passport office to find out what the problem was with it, you know. But we need the number.
They didn't give me any receipt at the immigration section.
But then now, how are you going to say that you paid them the money? You can't prove.
No witness.
Eh?
There was my daughter and other birth
But I should have expected you to get a receipt for the money.
When I came outside, I catch up my head and I said, I didn't get any receipt. And there was a lady, I don't know if it's a police, she was in plain clothes. She responded, they don't give receipt.
Them don't give receipt.
That's what...
But I don't understand how people can be collecting money like that and not giving receipts. You must give a receipt.
And that me I say no, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
For me now go back same time, me just outside the door.
Uh-huh.
And me hear that lady jump up and say, they don't give receipt.
I'll follow you.
So me walk away.
Oh, I see.
And from February, me bring it in.
Well, you know, Mom, who is your MP?
My MP is Mr. Buchanan.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yeah.
Have you thought of talking to him about it?
No.
Well, why don't you try that?
I'm living in Southeast Westmoreland, you know.
You live in Southeast Westmoreland?
Yeah. Which is used to run by P.J. Patterson.
Uh-huh.
But no.
That's it. But Mr. Roger Clark is it Mr. Roger Clark that is it?
No, man. Mr. Buchanan take over.
Oh, Mr. Buchanan.
Yeah.
Yes. So, well, why don't you talk to him and see if he can help you?
Okay, Mr. Berg.
Try that, eh? All right. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yellow, yes.
I'm a first-time caller.
Happy to have you.
Good, sir. And I'm a listener to your program for a period of many, many years.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, sir. But I'm just parked to call you right now because first to say I'm really fed up with the present government.
You are?
Fed up with the present government.
Uh-huh.
And I'd like to know why, like many other people, why they won't call the election.
I gather the election is to be called. There are all sorts of rumors going around. But the date that I'm hearing is the 27th of next month. I don't know if that can be on, but...
But let me ask you this, Mr. Perkins.
Yes?
You as a leading journalist, you might know if they have a format to debate the two major candidates, like the American system.
They've tried it. It has been done in the past. But I don't know whether it is going to be done this time.
Mr. Perkins, we're tired. We're tired. I got kids going to school. We can hardly send them.
Here in Jamaica?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. And I think if they didn't, probably if they didn't build that stadium in Trelawney, they could have found some more money to do something, build a school in the
Well,
country.
if they didn't do a lot of things like that, then maybe they would be able to find more money to do a lot of things that need to be done.
I also picked up a piece of footing on the news a couple months ago, just about when the World Cup was going on.
Yes.
Where they purchased, I think, 6 to 12 Volvo.
Oh, that, yes.
Which was to just drive the officials at the World Cup.
Were they Volvos or BMWs? I can't remember.
Volvos.
Volvos, yes.
Can you say what happened to those cars now, sir?
Well, they've probably been distributed around among the genetically connected, you know.
Mr. Perkins, I got my point over. And I just want to commend you for this program.
I see.
And encourage you to keep up the good work.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hi. Not too bad. How are you?
Why, I would wonder, you know?
Uh-huh.
We talk about we are in an independent country. But do you really think we are an independent country? I don't think so, you know.
Look, sir, an independent country is not a country in which a people can block road when their rights are violated.
No, not at all.
You know, it is a country in which, well, I don't know.
Mr. Perkins, I am so hurt. I feel it so bad how that child was killed by that lady.
Yes.
And as you have so ably pointed out, and you've been carrying it so long, that when one of our black people here, especially if the poor, are killed, right? The award given by the courts is a mere pittance. You know what I mean? And that is the difference between America and Jamaica.
Yes.
America, you are recognized as a citizen of the country, and each life is precious.
Absolutely.
Whether you're white, black, poor, or rich. So why a Jamaican nurse went to New York? I remember that case so vividly. And she was pregnant, and the ambulance, the state ambulance, took long to get her to the hospital, and she had an ectopic pregnancy. And she died. They were awarded $30 million for Jamaica and New York.
$30 million?
$30 million US dollar.
For Jamaican?
For Jamaican. Black girl in New York. Right?
I wonder, I don't think that should have been worth $3 million. Right. Jamaican here in Jamaica.
3 million. Look on the fellow there.
Adanabar? Yes.
Right? Countless more.
I think his mother got somewhere about 3 million, no?
Yeah. And when I argue with lawyers, they're telling me some nonsense about, well, it's followed the last year, The what? The laws that, how they assess death and injury in Jamaica is, you see, when we were in colonial times, when the little black slave, them dead, them never want nothing. So you say, they can't want more than $100. But if the white plants are dead, nobody.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of money.
Right? So when the little
hold on a moment for me.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 1 o'clock.
The Jamaica Wood Products and Furniture Association presents a forum on new market opportunities for the Jamaican furniture industries at the old Oakton House behind York Plaza Halfway Tree on Sunday, June 24 at 1 p.m. Don't miss out on this high-level discussion. Be there.
All right, you're looking to buy a car or a SUV?
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here on that.
Yes, Mr. Perkins, you've always said that we are our mindset is a plantation.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And that is why a jury of his peers, gave a son of Dredrick $80 million Jamaican dollars because it was perceived that he was liable, so his reputation worked that. And the same black man then would give a Ghana Barrett less than $1 million, you know. You see, it's the same mentality coming down from those years.
Well, I think Ghana Barrett's mother got...
Yeah. They offered her $800,000 first, and then they go and make her house for $3 million.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Right? So, and but I can't, you know, that's why I respect Judge Zilla McCullough, who is the new Chief Justice, because she gave a more stupendous award of $5 million to somebody who was killed at sea. You know what I mean? And that was so much out. It shows a new thinking. But it's just the same like this unlawful possession law. It was used by the planters in days of old when the black people got freedom from slavery. And they have them little goat and them little donkey and them little cow. And when the white peddler come and see this black man with one cow, him say, where you get cow, boy? And then police come lock you up and you have to tell him how you get your cow if the boss a cow you have. You get what I mean?
Well, maybe you tell him and you still get locked up.
And you still get locked up. And to sit, we have 60 representatives in Parliament who using the same type of law. So when a black boy have little money and build a nice house and drive a nice car, he must answer questions, say a drug dealer. Why is it that black people can't have nothing?
Well, I don't know, sir. No. I think that
some of them don't deal in it.
I think that all over the world you have laws like that. No. If you have, if you're found with $100 million, and there is no obvious way in which you could have come by this, then it seems to me that you need to provide. But what's wrong with providing an explanation?
Mutty, they're not going to the 21 family, go ask them that. Look, you drive on the road today and see who they stop. As a little black man or woman drive a nice pretty car, they'll stop them. But you see the white people never drive, they never stop, they ask them where they get the car from.
Oh, is that so?
I'm telling you.
But do they stop and ask these people where they get the car from?
Yes, man. That's what the papers are where they are next to them. I investigate you for this and that. I see it happen already, and I see it with my own eyes. However, try to take a picture of the policeman, them said, no, you can't take picture. But it was a Hummer right up on Hope Road. I tell you, about it. We have such an impression of ourselves.
Yes.
And you know, some of us love to see when our fellow black man work hard and have something. They rejoice to see him destroyed, you know, but I don't know, it's sick. You know, Mutty, I was so glad when you read that judgment by that judge in Africa. I bet him is not a Rhodes Scholar. I bet you. Right? He said that we're born with inalienable rights.
Yes.
As the American put in their constitution, unalienable rights. Right? We were born with them. And yet still we have our little politicians them out here. 15 years about them giving us Bill of Rights. They're not giving us any rights. We put them in power to protect our rights.
Yes.
And I hope you send that judgment to Mr. Golding, to Mr. Delroy Chuck, so that we have a change in Jamaica that the politicians recognize, and when the Labour Party should come in power, that we don't need any bill of any charter of rights. We assume that we have those rights, and they mustn't be afraid of the people. America fought so many wars, and yet they guarantee these rights to their people.
Well, there's nothing wrong in setting out the rights that we understand people to have.
Right.
You know?
But
to make it clear.
Look how elegantly it is expressed in the American Constitution.
I beg your pardon?
Look how elegantly all those rights.
It's not just a matter of elegance, you know, sir.
Yes.
The Jamaican Constitution.
But the circumscribe them.
I wish that I had the time to sit down one day and count the number of words in the Jamaican Constitution and compare it to the number in the American Constitution.
Yes.
Right? And when you consider that the American Constitution sets out the rights of the American people with far greater clarity and finality, right? I mean, we name the right and then we say, but so on, but, and by the time them done butting, right? Or save that, whatever.
Mr. Perkins.
By the time you're done that, you don't have no right.
We don't have the right. We don't have the right in this country. How can Parliament get up and make this law that you is speaking out of Mr. Mullins taking up now? That police can't just stop you and take away your vehicle.
Yes.
Judge, jury, and
absolute rubbish. Yes.
Nothing can go so.
No, it should not be so.
Respect the, but then again, Mr. David Core says to give the people justiciary rights.
Absolutely. You derogate from the sovereignty of Parliament.
So all they were interested in is to take the power from the English ruling class to a new Jamaican
ruling class,
yeah, which
thank
is
you very
them.
much.
And the poor people don't have no rights same way.
Absolutely.
That's all it is.
Yes.
And last, Mr. Perkins, we see some whole heap of new people coming to seek election to our parliament. But I don't hear the journalists asking even some of them, were you a member of a party that was engaged in a bank robbery? Were you a member of a party and they had a bank robbery in Highgate, St. Mary? Right? And a Gen Second-year party was arrested.
Oh, Lord.
For arranging that. Anyway, she got off the case, right?
Yes.
You know, we don't hear these questions being asked. These journalists don't do any
well,
research.
if she got off, you know.
She got off, yes, she got off, you know. But what happened in the Grenadier Revolution? Are you a member of the crew that they helped to depose Maurice Bishop there?
Well, I you know that there's a problem down there now.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. You know what I mean? We need for people to be honest, and their life should be an open book that they come to the people of Jamaica and they say, well, this is what I am.
Yes.
Well, if I'm sorry I did it, I apologize. And I grew up and I learned and I won't do it again.
Well, that is if you did anything wrong. That is if you did something wrong.
Oh, I see what you mean.
All right, sir.
Okay, buddy.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. You have some email?
Oh, yes, Mr. Perkins. I actually have a copy of the speech made by the Prime Minister at the conference on the Caribbean in Washington, D.C., before meeting with President Bush yesterday. And some of the passages in that speech are highlighted for me.
What?
Some of the passages, there's a poem, I mean, at the end of it. I cannot...
poem?
Oh, yes, there's a poet, man. And she quoted from Derek Walcott.
Oh?
Yes, I cannot bear to watch the nations cry.
I cannot
bear to watch the nations cry. Who cares how many millions starve? Like lice, the hungry of this earth swarm to the tree of life, but fires drench them like vermin. Quotas prevent them, and they remain compassionate fodder for the travel book. Why would quotas prevent them? Ladies and gentlemen, poverty is real. There are real dangers and threats to our societies if we continue to skirt around the issues of want, hunger, misery, joblessness, ignorance, and the people's frustration.
She said that?
Oh, yes.
Oh, read that again for me. Let me hear it.
This is towards the end, I tell you, of a 9-page speech.
Yes.
Come back again. And these are just highlighted. I'm just reading 1, 2, 3, 4 little bits towards the end. Mr. Chairman, I have tried to place in context the challenges with which we are faced as a group of nations.
Oh, that's a character.
Many of these, yes, are due to globalization, the removal of preferences, the actions of other countries, and criminal activity, which has the potential to destabilize our society. And then she goes on, Mr. Chairman, I'm hastened to action by the poverty that still abounds in our countries.
The poverty? She's driven to action.
By the poverty.
Poverty that still abounds in our country.
Yes. I urge us to act without delay because I share the sentiments expressed by the Caribbean Nobel Prize winning poet St. Lucian, Derek Walcott, who wrote that I cannot bear to hear the nations cry. Who cares how many millions starve? Like lice, the hungry of this earth swarm to the tree of life. But fires drench them like vermin. Quotas prevent them, and they remain compassionate fodder for the travel book. Ladies and gentlemen, poverty is real. There are real dangers and threats to our societies if we continue to skirt around the issues of want, hunger, misery, joblessness, ignorance, and the people's frustration.
So what?
We must now move with a purposeful haste to address those issues. Unless we take an integrated approach to development and put the development of people, poverty alleviation, and the reduction of inequality at the center of the development agenda, we would have lost an opportunity for which future generations will judge us harshly.
Oh.
We are the bearers of the world's bright torch to light our civilization as we go. No one should lodge at darkness's porch. Right well we teach the people all to know that there's much for us to do in this toil of love in helping others as we climb the heights. It is for us to reach and lift above those who are struggling through gloomy nights.
Okay, but I like that thing about all the poverty and misery and whatever.
It's a very long document, Mr.
It's a long document.
Here you are.
Well, we can't read it all. Okay, we're going to take a break. Hold on.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:15.
This is a message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health center by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The program of advancement through health and education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Okay.
Mr. Perkins, dear sir, so the media war is on. The war on the media is on. Are we going to see a Venezuela repeat here? Do you think, Mr. Perkins, that the government will start to shut up the media like their friend in Venezuela? Isn't it odd that the government has said nothing in condemnation of the closing down of that TV station in Venezuela? Has a silence been bought with Petrocaribe, you think?
I don't know about that.
Do you think that we're in agreement with the road to dictatorship, which Chavez seems to have taken?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that we've yet reached there, but, you know.
Mr. Perkins, I turned on my television to see somebody from the West Indies Players Association bickering about money. Mr. Perkins, have our cricketers no shame? They can't bowl, they can't bat, they can't field, and now they want more money.
They can get money?
If I was on the team, I would apologize to the people of the West Indies and disassociate myself from these people, you know. From the WIPA.
Well, that's one of the legacies of Mr. Brian Lara.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins. I am living in the Cayman Islands, and I was just told that Lisa Hanna is running for the PNP. Mutty, that is one of the reasons I do not believe, because of your gender, that you'll be a good leader, a prime minister, a role model, etc. The fact is that Lisa was there through all of the things the PNP did to its own black people. And look at her today. My parents used to say, show me a company and I tell you who you are. To my recollection, she assisted the JLP in the last general elections. Mutty, I'm not surprised. Politics is all about who gets what, when, and where. I'm so fed up with the PNP and their supporters. I am not a Labourite. I vote on the issues. I'll be 30 this year. And I have experienced the PNP, so I would never take up myself and vote for them, to be honest with you. Mutty, I was working in Jamaica. And while I was there, I could not buy a car. I am now in the Cayman Islands and I can afford to buy one. It is so rough down in Jamaica. As Jamaicans, we are surviving over here. I understand that they did a clip on TVJ about living conditions of some Jamaicans over here in Cayman. But Mott, please come here and check for yourselves. Trust me, things are better here. The Jamaicans are still here. The fact is that they can see their way through when we are working here, regardless of the circumstances. I love my country, but I need to be in a society where there is less crime, or crime-free, free of corruption, bad roads, terrible living conditions, taxes killing us, selling everything to outsiders. They soon start to sell the people too. But speaking of taxes, we question why it is that Cayman Islands is booming, and people say, well, it's because they don't pay tax. Well, I want to tell them that this is utter rubbish. One of the reasons the Cayman Islands is booming is that the island is a friendly place for investment, unlike Jamaica, where our IT minister put it. Jamaica is not a friendly place for investment. The PNP needs to go back to the drawing board and see why our country is not a friendly place for investment. I would like you to ask Sister P, when she comes on your show, where is all our taxes going? Mr. Perkins, do you know that Jamaica pays the highest income tax or any other tax over all other Caribbean countries? Mutty, I do not have a problem paying tax, but let me see where my tax money is going. Mutty, over here in Cayman Islands, night upon night I forget to lock my house door, and I trust I have nothing to worry about, because guess what? Here is crime-free. I believe only one murder we have since the year started. Mutty, not to mention a friend of mine who get used to the island night upon night. She totally forgets to lock up her 2006 Honda CRV that she drives. Mutty, over here, Jamaican money is worth nothing. I was back in Jamaica 3 times, and trust me, I used JA $1,000 to purchase about 4 items. And don't ask me where the money is, but the money gone with those 3 items I purchased. Don't get me wrong, Mutty. Corruption is everywhere, but mercy, man, it's so widespread in Jamaica and so visible. People don't care. It's about time the ordinary Jamaican wise up. Mutty, just keep on doing what you're doing. I used to listen to you every day, and I miss your show. No kidding.
I think you can hear it in the Cayman Islands, on the internet.
Mr. Perkins, the other day you said on your program, how come you are not seeing either Dr. Omar Davis or Mr. Wrong Jungle on the hustings with the Prime Minister? I wonder where Mr. Pickersgill is. Have you noticed that the Prime Minister has not appointed an acting PM while she's now in Washington? I've never known of that before. Does it mean that we are Prime Minister-less? Who is in charge of us now? The Governor General? Until the good lady comes back. And where is Mr. Pickersgill? Dear Mr. Perkins, says this other mail, in its attempt to secure the 5th term, the PNP and its supporters quite often suggest that Mr. Goulding and the JLP cannot be trusted. If that is so, then what are we to make of Professor Trevor Monroe? Is the PNP aware that Dr. Monroe was the head of the Workers' Party of Jamaica?
Until quite recently.
Are they aware of the revolutionary principles he once embraced?
That what?
Are they aware of the revolutionary principles he once embraced? Are they aware of his tacit support for the Grenadian Revolution of Maurice Bishop? Mr. Perkins, I listened to the gentleman on radio yesterday evening saying that he's no longer a Marxist-Leninist. Mr. Perkins, what are we to believe of this gentleman who has become the government's favorite spin doctor?
That he was a Marxist-Leninist in the time of his youthful exuberance. But it was, an aspect of youthful exuberance, I suppose. But he has now gotten older and more mature.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins. I believe I heard you say yesterday about one of the people who have criticized the government or brought proof against the government of wrongdoing is undergoing character assassination. I believe I also heard it on another program this morning. Mr. Perkins, don't need to ask where that is coming from. I wonder who that gentleman is who is under attack. Can you tell us?
I don't know. He's a public officer. I don't want to go beyond that at this point.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins. I believe the wolf called corruption has finally reached my door. I was a regular contributor to the Sunday Gleaner. Attached my articles. I used to submit an article every other month and could rest assured that they would be published. All of a sudden, from February, my articles were suddenly not good enough. I emailed the editor and asked him what was wrong with the 2 articles I submitted, and he said simply he can't say. I believe the truth is that the articles were not in support of the ruling party, so they cannot be published because it would enlighten and empower ordinary voters. What do you think? May I hear from you, please? I have emailed her to ask her to send the telephone number.
Yes, all right.
It's a well-known name, but Mr. Perkins, can you inform me where I should go in if I have any outstanding traffic tickets which need clearing up. Can you give me some info, please? Thanks in advance.
Outstanding traffic tickets?
Yes, I think
I think
needs
you go
to
to the collectorate.
No, you go to the traffic. They have the traffic authority, which is at the Elliston Road Police Station, the headquarters.
That's where you go to pay a ticket?
Yes, and you take any outstanding tickets. You take that outstanding ticket or tickets that you may have, and they will look up all the information concerning them.
Suppose you're given a ticket yesterday. You don't have to go to
Elliston. No. If it's outstanding, she said.
Outstanding
traffic tickets.
Elliston Road.
Yeah, you go to Elliston Road, and they will look up the thing. If you need to go to you'll get a court date from there. And if you do this, if you have an outstanding ticket, then it may mean that you pay up if it is within the time to pay up, or you get a court date. It may prevent you from being sort of ceremoniously arrested on the street, you see, and locked up. Dear Mr. Perkins, putting the daily unpredictable power cuts that have resulted in complete traffic chaos for the entire week in Kingston on one side, this is a mere inconvenience. Not so long ago, a man riding in the back of a truck along Lady Musgrave Road was electrocuted, yes, dead, after becoming entangled in a wire that was hanging low across the road.
I remember that case.
Residents have been calling in to report the dangerous wire for weeks. There was no response to their complaints. Finally, a young man with a job, a family, and a life ahead of him died because of JPSCO's sheer neglect. While traveling through the country recently, we noticed a number of concrete electricity poles leaning at various angles. The ground did not seem to be supporting them well, as the holes they were planting in did not seem deep enough. Now a small child has been crushed by one of those poles, which according to the company was dislodged by children playing with it. A huge concrete pole. How on earth did this happen, Mr. Perkins? If I were a lawyer, I would have called the family of this child by now, offering to represent them in court pro bono. The family is clearly not at all wealthy. JPSCO has sent sympathies to the family. I think they need more than sympathies. JPSCO deserves to be sued. This to me is an example of corporate insensitivity, to say the least. It is sheer callousness and carelessness with the lives of Jamaicans. I would love to go off the grid so that JPSCO would not make any more money out of me.
We take a break. We come back shortly.
Reach your financial goals with the COK Golden Harvest Investment Plan with free insurance protection. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK, invest in your future today. And the time by COK is
1:31.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The double zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy double zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue double zinger.
The double zinger sandwich. I'm gonna take some heating.
KFC, it's finger-licking good.
A jerk pork and nicey. I can't think of nothing sweeter than Jamaican jerk pork. Me can't think of whole heap of thing like Jamaican chicken, egg, fish, curry goat. Most Jamaican farmers use high-pro feeds because they're formulated from the finest ingredients and contain no hormones. So support our local pig farmers. Buy Jamaican pork because farmers who want satisfied customers trust high-pro feeds. High-pro feeds, your partner for profitable production.
You're listening listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. We're just going to complete the email.
Mr. Perkins, I listened to the gentleman who called from Manchester about not being able to access a benefit from the NHT. I checked the NHT website and I saw that there is a scheme planned for Manchester in 2008. But what I found absolutely amazing is that on checking the Inner City Housing Project link, I've discovered that the NHT is building hundreds of houses for so-called poor people. Now, Mr. Perkins, I know that most of those people who will benefit from these houses cannot and do not contribute to the NHT, while someone like myself cannot get a benefit. What do you think of that?
Yes,
your comments, please.
Well, I think it is quite unfair. And the reason it is happening is that instead of focusing on economic development, creating the conditions in the economy which will make poor people allow poor people to lift themselves out of poverty, what the government is wanting to do, particularly as an election approaches, is to provide the poor with handouts. Give them a house or promise them a house and so on, but not give them the means of being able to purchase a house for themselves. And they're taking money out of your pocket to build houses. Some of them, there are many people who have tried to get housing trust houses who were told that they couldn't afford them, although they were contributing to the money that built them, right? And then now the politicians want to use housing trust money to buy themselves votes, so they do that, But if they had focused on the right thing, focused upon building the economy to provide economic opportunity for the people, right? Then the poor wouldn't need that kind of treatment.
Mr. Perkins, good day, sir.
It's all part of the corruption.
Good day, sir. If you have not seen it before, please try to see a movie called Enron.
Enron?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
It's the story of the Enron empire.
Yes.
It would be good for you to get a copy and watch it. It gives you a complete detail of Enron and the way those operators brought the organization down. Mr. Perkins, I wish you would see it and then compare it with the JPS and the way the JPS is operating in Jamaica and find out if there are any similarities. I don't like... I'm sorry. The government has taken a handoff attitude while the people are undergoing all sorts of injustices.
Yes. The justice for the people is not a serious concern of the government.
But did you happen to hear the interview with the newly installed young, beautiful and intelligent PNP candidate on Drive Time Live on Tuesday of this week?
Yes,
where she unveiled her grand plan of issuing some small checks not next week to youths in the constituency to buy chickens. Is this the renewal the PNP is talking about? Lord help us. Then Mr. Stevens with his bun and cheese, and Miss
oh yes,
Hannah with our chicks.
Yes, but then we have Sister P, right? Sister P says, ladies and gentlemen, poverty is real. There are real dangers and threats to our society. If we continue to skirt around the issues of want, hunger, misery, jealousies, joblessness, joblessness, ignorance, and people's frustration. There are real dangers. Poverty, ladies and gentlemen, poverty is real. There are real dangers and threats to our society if we continue to skirt around the issues of want, hunger, misery, joblessness, ignorance, and people's frustration. Boy, that coming out of the leader of a party that has been in office for 18 years. 18 years. Well. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
How are you today, Mr. Perkins?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
Not so bad. I'm going to draw your tongue a little, you know?
Okay. You going to draw me tongue?
Yeah, man, I'm going to draw your tongue.
Go on.
All right. Tell me something. You have Miss Cartella on the program yesterday?
Yes, I think she was, yes.
Mr. Perkins, you know, it's really, I can't believe, I don't know. How should I put it? If she's really getting off her head or what, you know?
If what?
If she's getting off her head.
Why?
The way she expressed herself, man. Mr. Perkins, she was the one, you know, Mr. Perkins, after this country match up in the 70s, you know, go around and beg, you know, and put back things in the hospital. And now me here, she's telling you that.
Well, she went around and begged?
Yeah, man. Sitting for the hospital, and it's never bad like how it's bad right now. And she speak like she would like to see 5 years. She would like 5 years more of this government. No, that is, you know, the one that if something wrong with her. Believe me, man, because no, Mr. Perkins, look where the country reaching a life that every asset in Jamaica fell out. You understand? Right, if you don't have money, you cannot go to the hospital. And she said she wanted, you know, I hope Mr. Siaga here and tell her she must not come on the program anymore because she embarrassed her party.
I don't know. Her party? Which is her party?
The Jamaica Labour Party, Mr. Perkins.
No, sir. No.
Well,
She's no longer a supporter of the Labour Party.
But she must hush up her mouth then, sir, because her brother do a good to this country that he will end up like another Moses, and she must not try to spoil
No,
it.
but she's free to have her own opinion, sir.
Yes, but Mr. Perkins, you can't see the people that are dead, Mr. Perkins. You know how much people that are in home are rotten right now and can't face hospital because they don't have any money. And she's speaking like that, sir.
Yes, but what is bothering, her problem is, she thinks that Mr. Golding, has pushed out her brother out of
I know Mr. Golding, sir, because I made to try. And we utmost best to make Mr. Sega stay there. But people we try with utmost best for Mr. Sega to stay there. But the people say they cannot spend their money on a dead horse. You understand?
A dead horse?
Yeah. Because they say, why Mr. Sega just did it as an asset. And them go on till things happen to them because the country going down and the people them say they know what they don't vote for Jamaica Labour Party, but every get rid of Mr. Siaga. And we do it too much these years. And we just continue same way. So we try somebody else, Mr. P, and she must come after a year with them thing where she attack. Because if she's a patriotic, she would speak the way she speaks.
No, sir, but we even when we disagree with people, we must recognize their right to their own opinion.
But Mr. Perkins, you must look on the state of the country. Look on the state of the country we're in. Mr. Perkins, it's 18 years, sorry, Mr. Perkins. There's no sweetness in a people's life,
Mm-hmm.
Some mad, some blood pressure killed, some have kidney trouble because of them. Me have a friend of mine, dead of a kidney trouble. Doctor, when he got doctor say you're afraid. Never know if you could have afraid and your kidney mash up. Yes, and that will happen to many people in Jamaica. Right now, when you look, this government here spend money per ball and hotel, and when you check it out, people you see are carrying machine for help out Jamaica. If them take those money and spend for the hospital and put it in bank and get the interest and run that poor people that have the interest to go there, because me know where I'm going to get money, but again, one Jamaican, Mr. Perkins, again, tell him something. Look here, if a person go in a state and know somebody is have a complaint and they don't have the felicity out here to assist them, I will help. But if you tell me you have to go take up money if you go in a Jamaican hospital, I will never help you, because we know we have the access we can pay our tax in this country here, and it survive the road, the hospital and everything. But because if these people are greedy and only for themselves alone, you understand, them try to sell all the assets that Jamaica own and give away them give away. And when people ready to sell it out, them sell it for millions of dollars. Look on the JPS. Them sell it for 2 million. Man come back here paying bills.
Not 2 million, sir.
Yes,
200 million.
Pardon me?
It wasn't 2 million. It was 200 million.
100 million.
And I think that was US too.
How much him sell it for?
I think it was 200 million US.
No, 200 million itself, huh?
Yes.
No, yes, but when the man,
800 million, I think.
Yes.
Anyway.
All
right. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:46.
Keep screwworms at bay. Check your animals every day.
The National Screwworm Eradication Program, NSEP, is in the process of eradicating the screwworm from Jamaica, but we need your help. Animal owners, you must check your animals for wounds every day. You should also treat any wounds you find with a free wound powder distributed by the NSEP. For information, please contact the National Screwworm Eradication Program at 977-7554 or 977-2489.
How do I make my marriage work? Child rearing. What's right? What's wrong? What about sharing financial responsibilities? Come find the solutions to these and other challenges at the 21st VMBS Marriage and the Family Series, June 29, 30, and July 1 at 5:30 p.m. daily at Emancipation Park. Come see live entertainment, exhibitions, and one lucky couple will renew their wedding vows. The VMBS Marriage and the Family Series 2007. See the press for details.
Nice to the core. Chosen Delight, bottlers and distributors of Mass Joe coconut water and It Nice juices, fruit punch, lemon and orange pineapple. Chosen Delight, shop number 20 Kingston Mall, 12 Ocean Boulevard, telephone 967-7412. Chosen Delight, It Nice for you.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hello, yes?
I listened to a gentleman who was talking to you before the news says a pharmacist.
Uh-huh.
He's brilliant, but he ends on a bad note.
What was that?
When he's telling us that the opposition was always on the programs before an election, and after the election, if they win, nobody hears about them anymore on the radio.
Uh-huh.
That's gross foolishness. If the opposition then, as what Mr. Siaga had done in 1980, said they will go out there and make a better Jamaica, and they do it, then why should they come back on the radio again talking that, boasting that, you see, we have done this and we have done that? The people have seen what they have done.
Uh-huh.
Secondly, I did pretty business.
No, I think he was saying something else, sir. He was saying that on a program like this, opposition...
he didn't say opposition, he said opposition, the opposition.
Uh-huh.
He didn't differentiate them at all.
Well, yes, he did differentiate. He said what he's talking about is a difference of attitude when a party is in opposition and when it is in government. When it is in government, it tends to be on the defensive, right? And doesn't like exposure, too much exposure, I suppose.
Now, this business of prettiness, you see, sir. I heard the other day talking with a man, and you were saying this woman, this Hannah, this lady, former world queen, is pretty.
Uh-huh.
You know, what prettiness have to do with a country?
Well, I'm not saying that she should be elected to Parliament on the ground of her being beautiful.
But you say she is pretty, and you also
She is. But she is.
But she is.
Yes.
You also ask the question if
She also strikes me as being quite intelligent.
Quite intelligent.
Yes.
Everybody is intelligent in their own way.
I am not sure of that, but...
Oh, all right. Well, look.
What does intelligent mean?
Wait a minute. This water business, sir.
Uh-huh.
Where everybody now going to get water after a while. I am living just beyond Linstead.
Uh-huh.
And it's almost 2 weeks now. Not a drop of water we can get.
Yes.
You hear? Not a drop of single water. And this is Bobby Pickett's constituency.
Yes. I tell you something, sir. To think, when Columbus came here, right? He described Jamaica as the land of wood and water, right? And this land of water, hundreds of years later, and into the 21st century, we're not any longer now in the 15th century. We're in the 21st century, right? And there are people in Jamaica who can't get running water in their homes. What kind of nonsense is this?
Well, we have pipe water, we have pipe in our house, but what I'm trying to tell you,
But the pipes are not, you're not getting water in the pipes.
we are not young people.
Uh-huh.
Up till last week, I went and paid my water bill, you see,
Uh-huh.
and there is no water we can get to it, it cannot be flushed, and people are suffering left, right, and center.
Oh, God, yes.
It was just day before yesterday, a little rainfall that we set out few vessels and catch a little water.
Uh-huh.
Now, again, you see, dear, then it's true that is bothering me. These old men that is taken back into the party to run seats, you see.
Uh-huh.
John Compton of St. Lucia came back, I think it says 84, 85 now.
Uh-huh.
And what we're going to have after a while is a vast amount of by-elections.
Why?
The young may die, but the old must. These men are old men. They should be, with their billions, they should be opening factories or doing something for the young people of Jamaica to get some employment.
Uh-huh.
Instead of that, they get a hell of an amount of money already. They're going to retirement, and now they are back on the trail again.
Uh-huh.
Why is
So you think that the object of being an MP is to get money?
Huh?
Eh?
Talk again.
You think that the object of being an MP is to get money?
To get money, to get a good salary.
You think so?
Yes, man.
Oh?
What have they done over all the time they were there? They wrecked the whole country, and then they come back again. Take a man as Trevor Monroe. I told you already, I spoke to him once.
Well, he wasn't there before.
Huh?
He wasn't there before.
He wasn't there, but he was.
In fact, he has only recently become PNP.
When?
When was it?
Trevor Monroe?
Yes.
It's a long time now, he's PNP man. he was head of the Communist Party.
Yes.
And then evidently, when he left at least that party flopped. And he was always a PNP.
Uh-huh.
I remember one morning, one day he went down to Wharf and he see the door down there, beat him, nearly kill him.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
The morning he showed his back on the television and it was cars all over the place.
Yes, I remember.
No, he still has...
But that was not a good thing, was it?
He's not a good thing at all.
Mm-hmm.
He still has the communist blood with him. So what we are expecting him to do? To win and to bring back communism?
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, communism has failed the world over, you know. So.
It doesn't fail Cuba. And it doesn't fail Cuba.
It's still going in Cuba.
Huh?
But I say it's still going in Cuba. But Cuba is suffering consequences as a result of it.
Yes, but what, Mr. Perkins, you are an educated man and you know that Jamaica still have links with Cuba. They have links with Venezuela also.
Uh-huh.
Venezuela has links with Cuba. And Jamaica has links with Venezuela and with Cuba.
Uh-huh.
No, why won't we look into those things and see for ourselves what is happening to us?
Well, I don't know. Jamaica has links with the United States.
Link with the United States, but that lady has never been to... He went there the other day and he never hugged or kissed Bush.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
You never hear of that. Well, I was listening to hear that. No, boy Blue, your sister.
Eh?
Boy Blue, Boy George.
Yes.
Told you some time ago that when they win the fifth term, you better look at job. you don't see the trend.
Uh-huh.
Why is this woman attacking the media? Eh?
Yes,
what she intend to do to close down a station as what Chavez has done in Venezuela? I am not for 1 minute. If she win the fifth term, I won't be here. Back to England.
You're going back to England?
My God, man. I would be back there the following day.
Oh, yes?
I will never. I am a president of a trade union. And registered as Punchdown.
Uh-huh.
And I did not take it off the ground because she was when she was Minister of Labor.
Uh-huh.
And I don't see what is the big hullabaloo about her being this and she's being that and all I know that her behavior is bad. Those things when she's on the podium, the platform there and going on like, my God Almighty, man, it's bad. it don't look good on
You don't think
another
that-
woman in this country.
You don't think that if Mr. Bush or Mr. Blair or one of these foreign leaders sees this on televisions, sees her jumping up and, expressing herself in her way, that they will be impressed and... Huh?
Look down upon her very low.
Yes?
No, she was on Brownstone the other night and telling that she's going to put them on them heavy manners.
Uh-huh.
What does she mean by that?
Well, what did Mr. Manley mean by it?
Huh?
What did Mr. Manley mean by it?
Well,
Remember Mr. Manley said that?
I know. Then
Have them on the heavy manners.
If she come to change, and she said the other day she want one Jamaica, everybody to be one, then how is she saying now she's going to put certain people under heavy manners?
Well, maybe that is her way of getting one Jamaica.
Getting one Jamaica?
Yes.
Then you believe on earth there could be one Jamaica?
Well, I don't know.
Remember Mark Wignall said in 2002 that the PNP people said they don't care whether the PNP big men them steal the money because providing them get some.
Get for them on.
And in the days of Steve Wright and Cabinet Soul and those men, those people know that is hanging on to bus and car, push themselves, could never go to the arena.
Uh-huh.
You know that too. I am 82 years old now and I know everything. I have seen everything.
Uh-huh.
They could not go there. They could never be. Would never be accepted by Norman Manley and others.
Yes.
And today, they are the flock the campaign trail. So as what to get the $1,000. Every one of them go out there right now is looking at money. Then is that the decent and respectable way?
But, sir, they're looking at money because they have been forced into that kind of situation by the kind of government that we have had.
Well, that's the kind of government that want them to be that forevermore, because when you talk about education is a key factor to a country.
True.
And if then the opposition said we are going to see to it that the people be educated, why don't then the PNP said, let us join together then and find a way whereby we can do this? Why they come out every meet and say where they're going to get the money from?
Because they have other priorities.
They have other priorities?
Yes.
Because the kitty will be emptied again. It will be constantly running with it.
Uh-huh.
You see, so if the JLP win, there will be no money there.
Well.
That is why is it that some of these the young stalwarts of the PNP National Party, why the woman did not try to get those young brains, university graduates and those in the young PNP in? Those were the ones that should marshal the forces with their force of intellect and help to build a better Jamaica.
Yeah.
Why bring back these old men? Eh?
Huh?
What?
Well, I don't know. Old men have experience,
And
sir.
it's not experience, it's to support her man. She's looking at majority.
But, yes, well, she's looking for that too, but that makes sense.
Because the race is still between she and Phillips. And she's looking, Team Porsche and Salvador Rock is still live today.
Uh-huh.
And I am telling
But
you...
she can't govern effectively as Prime Minister without having a majority to support her.
Well, that's what she's looking. That's why she's going around taking back these old men who are our supporters. That if in case they win, then she will have...
All right, sir. I'm sorry. I have to leave you. It's time for the break. It's going to be a pretty long one. All right? Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Hear this. Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower. Good Jamaican product, greater value. The time by Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower is
2:01.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Forest. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. Now for today's weather brief. There's a low to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. This afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunder showers. In our 3-day outlook, on Friday, look for scattered showers and thunder showers, especially during the afternoon. Saturday and Sunday will be mainly sunny across most parishes. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica. Today's weather brief was brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation.
When it comes to dry goods, haberdashery, furniture, and appliances, DRE Banks Limited in the heart of Southfield, St. Elizabeth is the place. Come and shop in a comfortable environment and be assisted by their courteous staff. Come and see why they have been around for over 30 years. DRE Banks Limited, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Call 965-6223 for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture, and appliances.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up in wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, your choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Business Online is brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families.
Good afternoon, I'm Orville Johnson. Welcome to Business Online. Mr. Keith Duncan, outgoing president of the Jamaica Security Dealers Association, the JSDA-DS, and CEO of Jamaica Money Market Brokers, has said that the current regulatory environment is stifling the growth of the capital market in Jamaica. He pointed out that the requirements of the regulators were too onerous and the transfer taxes and stamp duties charged on transactions prohibitive. He noted that companies had to be going outside of Jamaica to secure capital for their businesses. He pointed out that with businesses complaining about the high interest rates charged by commercial banks, security dealers with a more enabling regulatory environment would be able to provide the businesses with competitive interest rates through appropriately priced debt instruments. CARICOM leaders have received an agreement from the U.S. President George Bush to extend the Caribbean Basin Initiative, which is due to end at September 2008. The CBI, which was first launched in 1983, offers a package of trade benefits to a number of Caribbean and Central American countries to export textile and other manufactured products to the United States without being subject to U.S. tariffs. The Jamaica dollar slipped by 5 cents today amid increased broker demand. The local dollar closed trading at an average of $68.43 Jamaican for each U.S. dollar in the Cambia market. There was no central bank intervention. The money market remained tight today, with the 30-day dealer rate trading at 12%, while the overnight rate ranged between 8 and 9%. The stock market weakened today. Of the 23 stocks which crossed the floor of the exchange, 6 advanced, 7 declined, and 10 traded firm. Market volume was 4.2 million units. BNS preference shares was the volume leader with 1.9 million units, followed by Cable and Wireless Jamaica National Commercial Bank. The day's main winners were Montego Freeport, up by 21% to close at $2. NCB Capital Markets preference shares up 3.2% to close at $3.20, and Radio Jamaica up 0.6% to close at $3.07. The day's main decliners were Jamaica Broilers, down 11.4% to close at $4.12. BNS preference shares lost 8.3% to close at $1.10, while Pan Jamaican Investment slipped by 4.6% to close at $39.07. The JC Index lost 130.91 points to close trading at 89,501.03 points. Our advice is brought to you today by the GSB Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Let's look at a disciplined approach to savings and investments. Start with a positive attitude to managing your wealth and adopt a disciplined approach to saving and investing your money. Find a saving or investment plan that will allow you to deduct an amount of money from your salary each month. This is a disciplined way of saving. You'll never miss it. The money comes out of your paycheck before you receive it in your hand, where there is a greater temptation to spend it all. Keep at least 2 separate accounts where your salary can be directly deposited. One account for your regular cash flow needs and the other account for your future investment needs. For further information, contact the GSB Cooperative Credit Union Limited at 92219604 or email them at ccenter@gsbcu.com. Or you may visit any one of their branches at 20 Dominica Drive in New Kingston or 10 East Avenue in Kingston Gardens. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need advice, you can call us at 978-6262 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6. Or you may email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com, or you may visit our website for further business news at todaysmoneylimited.com. Join me again tomorrow for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson. Have a pleasant afternoon.
Business Online was brought to you by GSB Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of choice for all public sector employees and their families.
GSB Cooperative Credit Union, this is your loans officer. How may I help
I
you?
need a loan for my daughter's university fees, but everywhere I call wants security, and I don't have any.
Then GSB's Unsecured Educator Supreme is for you.
So what about a car loan?
We're here for you with loans for just about everything. Motor Plus for your new car. GSB Shelter for a home. Pay one to consolidate your debt. Easy access and more. All paid through payroll deduction.
Wow, it's that easy.
GSB Cooperative Credit Union.
Transforming your life.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And we have with us Mr. Orville Johnson.
Yes, sir. My pleasure.
I had to hold him back here because, you know, I wanted to have a view from him on the Bear Stearns pronouncement.
Okay. I actually heard the presentation of Carl Ross.
You were there?
Yes, I heard the presentation of Carl Ross. He was talking about the context was the emerging markets.
Yes.
And the fact that the financial markets of the world have now got comfortable with emerging markets, which include mostly third world countries who have been progressing and growing steadily. And increasingly, particularly when...
Progressing and growing steadily.
Steadily, yes. He said that the volatility of those markets have been reduced and they are maturing. He said, for instance, 4 years ago, they would have like a problem within a year, and for 20-odd days, the market was unsettled, and it has decrease sort of every year.
Yes.
So the international capital market is now flush with money. There's a lot of money all over the world.
Yes.
And technology and information allows people to do all kinds of things. So people are investing all over the world. And with the lower interest rates in the United States, starting from when the Feds put interest rates down, people are looking for something else that they would pay them higher.
A better return.
Average out. They would obviously wouldn't put everything there, but they look at the average return on their portfolio, and they would look at the fundamentals of the countries and determine at what
and
interest
I suppose
rate.
they wouldn't want to dump their money in one place. They would
No,
want to...
no. So they're looking at all kinds of countries, and a lot of people have been emerging. I mean, the big stars in the third world are Brazil and India and China, of course, and to a lesser extent South Africa. I think they don't call them the BRICS. You know, they have been emerging. But Jamaica has also benefited from that, both from the high liquidity international market and the better understanding of the fundamentals of how the various economies work.
Yes.
Yes. So we have been able to raise money in the international capital markets, so much so now that we are able to raise money for 30 years, where in the past it would have been maximum, I think, 10 years we had done so far.
But wasn't he also saying that, advising that people should be a little prudent about looking at Jamaican bonds?
What he has said is that Jamaica has not performed as well as the other countries in the same
underperforming.
In the same rating category. I think he cited Colombia, I remember, as one, Uruguay. About 4 countries he saw in the Jamaica's peer group. And he said the fundamentals of those countries with respect to their current account deficits, their fiscal deficits, their inflation and their GDP growth, those countries were improving generally, and Jamaica's were not improving. He was making a statement within the context of the fact that, if you recall, coming to the close of the fiscal year, Bear Stearns, having been very bullish about Jamaican debt, changed their outlook to underperform. Indicating that the fiscal deficit outturn in Jamaica was disappointing. And the context within which he cast that was that we had a year when there was nothing in the external or internal environment to create a problem for us. There was no high oil prices. There were no hurricanes. So, in other words,
so we created a problem for us.
There was to use a cricket parlance, there was a good wicket to bat on. So, with a good wicket to bat on, you'd be expected to make the targets.
Absolutely.
So, they were very disappointed when the target was missed, and then missed by such a wide margin. So, in that sense, he said the recommendation came underperformed. So, what has happened with Jamaica over the years is that because Jamaica has always paid its debt, Jamaica has been able to raise money on the market. But he said, looking straight at the fundamentals, we don't do as well as the others in our same rating category. So that is the perspective. He said Jamaica must strive to achieve its target, particularly the fiscal deficit targets.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
Are you an entrepreneur? Do you need that push or that head start to start your business right? Look no further. Self-Start Fund is the place that will give you that push, that head start you need. Also offering loans to existing small business. You are guaranteed maximum customer satisfaction and quality service. Self-Start Fund, 10A Parkinson Plaza, 929-8441. That's 929-8441.
Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Red Hills Road, telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialist, where everyone gets a discount.
Your listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you. Yes, you're saying.
Yes, essentially we need to do better in terms of improving the fundamentals in the economy relative to others. But we have been assisted in the marketplace because we have always paid our debt. We know that if one wants to sort of draw the parallel, there are people who have money, and if you lend them money, you have a hard time getting it back. Yes. But there are some people who have much in terms of resources, but they'll pay you back quickly.
But of course, for you to pay your debt, you have to have the means of doing so.
Yes.
And what seems to be happening in Jamaica is that less and less Jamaica is having the means of, for a long time, to pay our debt, to service our debt. We have had to borrow money.
Yes.
Right? If you can't get the money to borrow, you can't service the debt.
And you're paying your debt at the expense of social programs. If one looks at the fiscal numbers last year, you would see that in the program line, we spent less money than was budgeted for.
Yes.
Because we had to put so much money in servicing debt.
More into servicing the debt.
No, this year, because they have been able to negotiate to stretch out the debt.
Yes.
And then the amortization payments aren't as high. They have been able to spend more money on programs to catch up. So the fact is that the more the debt burdens you down, then the less you have to spend on very critical.
And let me say this. Let me ask you this. Bear Stearns has been one of our greatest supporters in the international market.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Bear Stearns, and to a slightly lesser extent, Standard & Poor.
Yeah, right. Standard & Poor is a rating agency. Bear Stearns are brokers, so they raise money, but they still give an opinion to their customers on whether a debt is something you should buy.
Bear Stearns have been making the right sounds from our point of view.
For the most part, but I think they have also have a responsibility to their customers.
Yes, they do.
When the numbers went out of line, they call it as they saw it then, and because they in that kind of environment, if the numbers are out of line with the country, and you recommend without exercising the caution, if it turns the other way, you can get sued.
I can't remember Bear Stearns recently saying anything quite as harsh, I suppose you would say, although it was said in a diplomatic way.
It wasn't so diplomatic, In fact, they up to about the third quarter, because the numbers were looking good going up to the third quarter, they were really out there saying yes, and they were recommending Jamaica debt. But it's when the fiscal numbers started to turn the other way, they were obliged to say it underperformed, because what they had before was Jamaica debt outperforming their expectations. So they had to bring it in line with the actual numbers. But they have gone back in the market. In fact, I believe they have handled the Air Jamaica debt. Air Jamaica has raised a substantial amount of money. Recently, their restructuring program, and I think that they have played a role in that. So there is an appetite for debt out there now, because there's so much money in the financial marketplace. But you see, that can change, and we got to be careful. We can't be lulled into a feeling of complacency, because within the United States economy now, despite the fact that the growth is reasonably robust, although they have had some problems, They have a housing problem now, which nobody knows for sure how it will impact on the American economy. And one of the discussions that is taking place in financial circles is that people in finance have been behaving as though you can take on any risk that you want, because some people took some huge risks when the housing market was overheating, and now it has gone the other way, and the fallout is now about to come. So the whole look at risk is likely to change over the next 6 months, depending on how bad the outturn is with the American debt market. So while we can take comfort in the fact that we have a very good situation now, what we should do is borrow what we can, it can change. It can change. And these guys will just cut and run overnight. So we have to be cautious. But fundamentally, we have
thrown out a warning.
We have to get our numbers right. We have to get the fiscal deficit down. Yes, a fiscal deficit isn't as bad if you're now growing and the inflation rate is falling. But notwithstanding, you need to reduce your debt burden, because we are at the upper end in terms of by international standards.
Tell me something. I wonder if Sister P is listening to this, because and I'm wondering too whether you if she offered you the ministry of finance, you would be prepared to take it on.
I'm sure there are more competent people than I am within the body to do that. But I'm sure they have advised her, and they have options before them, and they have to exercise their best judgment based on what is before them. But as I said, we have been fortunate. The fact that we have always paid our debts over the years, successive governments. We have a good credit rating.
But to pay your debt, you have to have the means.
You have to have the resources, and the way to do is to get the economy.
But in our case, we have not had the means of doing so. We have had to borrow to do so.
We have had to borrow.
And it seems to me that we are talking here about, what do you call it? It is things that are not sustainable.
The current sustainability is not sustainable.
Sustainability is
not sustainable if you don't grow, because the IMF put out some numbers recently, and the countries in our region are growing at an average rate of 8%.
8%?
Yes.
In this region?
In this region.
8%?
Yes.
And Jamaica has
we are 2.5. We are at the end of the scale. In fact, even Ghana is now growing by 4%. They just put out some numbers on 2006, and it's available on the IMF website. So we have to now step up the pace. The countries in Africa, incidentally, are recovering quite nicely, growing at an average of 5.5. So we have to step up the pace, because you can't borrow or tax your way out of an economic problem.
Well, I once heard Omar Davis saying on the Breakfast Club that the government cannot bring about economic growth, because he can't instruct the head of Statin what to say in his report on the subject of growth.
Well, they always say it's a complex issue, but I'm just coming from a presentation made by the head of the Jamaica Security Dealers Association, which we just carried a newscast. And the Security Dealers Association has said that the regulator mechanism is strangling their growth. We're talking about security dealers who raise funds as against the banks. And they say that they'll be able to come with instruments to the market which could push the banks to get their rates down, which is what we want to do. But the regulatory environment is onerous, and they say that the taxes and the stamp duties are too prohibitive. Mr. Keith Duncan, the president of the association, just made that presentation an hour ago. And he's calling on the regulators to be more proactive. We have to be, the companies that are raising debt have to be raising it outside of Jamaica in more friendly economic environments. And you recall, you saw the article by Mr. Ennis, former State Minister and Minister of Finance, making the same point. So we have to look at the environment. I would imagine the regulatory environment would have been tight coming out post-FinSac. But the time has come to look at the thing, free up the system, and so we can grow. We have to grow if we're going to move on in this country, or we're going to have some problems.
Yes, well, we have been saying that for a long time, haven't we?
Yes, we have. We have.
And nothing has happened in that direction.
That is a challenge we now face, how to get growth, economic growth, so we can create jobs and alternatives.
Leave it to Sister P.
I'll leave it to you and Sister P. I guess the electorate will decide.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Amelia. My pleasure.
Okay. Hello? Oh, I've got my headset on. Hello? Yes, I'm listening. Hello?
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Not too bad. Not as good as you, though.
Firstly, I must say to you very quickly, because I've been holding long, could you really check out if the medication for children 1 to 18 years old is free at any pharmacies, especially Black River Pharmacy?
I am not aware of that, ma'am. My understanding is that,
I am telling you, I'm sure that I took my niece there and I had to buy everything. The only thing I didn't pay for her is to register her.
Yes.
Because the pharmacies are for private people, not for the government. So she should know her facts before she come out and promising people something that don't exist.
Well, maybe her intentions were good.
And another thing, sir, why Mr. Buchanan is so, I don't know, that man, his words, he's so vicious in his talking.
Oh,
why
do you
hear him,
say
Donald
that?
Buchanan, and I don't think the Labour Party should let them really smart them out and to say, let there be peace, because when there's a peace, there is war, and they take the election. The more vicious you
Hello? Hello? No, we seem to have lost her. All right. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. Quickly, that gentleman who called about the passport in
Yes.
Black River.
Yes.
It's really the government who has their officers there, you know, the immigration officers.
Yes, I thought as much.
And when you go to get to apply for your passport, they list it in a book. So they should be able to help him. Because the money he pays $2,000, which they don't give you receipts. They prepare the form, and they check the form, and then they put the money in the form with your birth certificate and your picture, and then they give you a sealed envelope. If they don't give you a sealed envelope to send it off, then they charge you a fee to get the pass, to take it, to courier it in and
Into Kingston.
Yes, so they're at the police station. They should be able to help the gentleman. I'm
So
so sorry for him.
the work is done in Kingston.
No, at the police.
Yes, I know, but they have to send it off to Kingston.
Yes,
to
but
be done.
it's the immigration. If they took it from him, it's the immigration officer's responsibility to get it back and deliver it to him.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
All right, Mom.
So if he could go back and check with
And check with them.
a bigger somebody more in authority.
Yes.
Or if you could help him.
All right.
I'm sorry for him because
Yes, indeed.
he's a disabled
Yes.
too. Okay.
He
Mr.
wasn't able to
Perkins.
give us any precise information, you know. So.
Okay. Mr. Perkins, have a good day.
Oh, thank you very much, and the very same to you. Okay? Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow, usual time, usual place. We look forward to your company. So long.